Happy day. What is up? Hope you're having a good start to your Wednesday hump day. Oh, the voice is no longer the diva. What's up, the answer, man? How you doing, bro? Feel satisfied? Poos? I'm Poos. Hey, Poos. I might actually see you very soon. You're in Vancouver, aren't you, Poos? If I remember correctly. Oh, a little bit of armpit. Tabernacle, I was in kitchen. Oh, okay. Alright, sorry. My bad. I was thinking about going to Vancouver in October. Georgian Bay, nice. Well, I guess we should start kind of where we left off a little bit with the part 1 stream. What's up, George Banda? I am good, brother. See you eventually? Yeah, for sure. I heard Kabam is having like a meetup in October. I should definitely go. What's up, Ricochet? I love you, man. Isn't that weird, Bob? Isn't that weird, eh? Spot on, brother. Exactly. Thanks, Ricochet. I guess while I'm smoking this joint, before we get into the other exhibits, the other pieces of evidence that were presented by Darlene Lynn LeBlanc for Freedom Nova Scotia, before we get into that, let's watch the videos they gave me. So for those that missed part 1 stream, you can go back and watch it anytime. We kind of broke it all down. But actually, we're going to start from the beginning, because like the last stream kind of messed up a little bit. So I'm going to do like a quick recap, where I play some videos that we've already played that weren't included in the last final cut. And just to give you an idea of where we're at, we'll play that right now, actually. So first, let's go through the churches. I'll pause this. So first up, we're going to play some videos from inside Haneni Church on Alexander Street, which is in Sydney. So they hate you because you're tall? I guess, bro. I don't know. They hate me because I have a different viewpoint. Too True Bob, I'm a little behind on all the videos. ILAC haven't had all the time to catch. Hey, no worries, Poos. They're all there, bro. Like, you can go back, you can watch part 1 stream to get caught up on part 1's evidence or whatever, right? Because I'm not going to break it down like I did in part 1. In part 1, we dissected their videos step by step and broke it all down. Today, I'll just play them again as a recap without dissecting them. But for the record, this is the church that's associated with these protests where I got arrested. Okay, so first we're going to play some clips from inside the church itself.
In this season.
By the ministers, their family, and their friends associated with these protests. Because the minister, actually, the guy that we're about to play, attended pretty much all the protests for the longest time. Like, we got so many pictures of him at the protests, it's ridiculous. And he openly goes down there, so let's see. Where is my display capture? There we go. This is Mr. William Legg for Haneni on Alexander Street.
This time in history, some very difficult things are taking place, and we need to be really praying for God to show mercy and grace. I mean, it was bad enough that we had abortion from up until full birth. I mean, how horrendous any society that will do that. And now we have euthanasia. The government funded, medically supported by our medical institutions. Horrendous.
The only thing horrendous is the sound of your fucking voice, Bill Legg, you dumb fuck. Alright, let's listen to the next thing.
My sweet uncle.
Fuck your uncle.
I'm gonna have Mom come up.
Fuck
and
your mom
Judah
too,
as well.
racist bitch.
Come, because Judah's gonna help me.
Judah
We're gonna
fuck
kind
himself
of
too.
do things a little differently. We want to honor the mothers today. Motherhood is under attack, and we're gonna honor moms today. And we've got some beautiful flowers we want to hand out. If you're a mom, could you just stand?
Just ask yourself why mothers are under attack in the month of June for Pride Month. Because that's when that was taken. Taken off their own website for the month of June. Moms are under attack, guys. All those gay people out there. Ah! Fucking idiot. Alright, let's go over here. This is the same woman.
Which is actually one thing I love
husband
about
with
what Dan and Action for Canada is going to be doing.
Action for Canada,
Easter, with the whole fasting and praying. And we'll have Dan probably coming up here soon talk about what they're going to be doing. But there's going to be a time where people all over Canada are going to be fasting and praying at the different flagpoles. Such a different response than fear, than violent protest or whatever. It's really, really going to the Lord and saying, God, what?
So they're talking about Action for Canada for the month of May. I think it was the month of May. Action for Canada put out a Walk for Revival, they called it. They called it Walk for Revival. Let's type that out. Walk for Revival. This is what they called it, okay? Abbreviate that for me. What does it say? W4R. What does that internet speak? Oh, it's a war. Against who? Oh yeah, they named their enemy. They named their enemy the Pride community. And anywhere the Pride Parade will be going. As well as all the youth projects and safe spaces. And even places like the library or schools that have Pride inclusion learning. Anywhere that was like that, they went and bring their war of prayer to them. Their peaceful war. You just heard her, right? She's like, isn't that such a great peaceful way? But they called it war. Weird, eh? Fucking psychos is what they are. Hey, let's look at the next part. This is like Action for Canada in their very fucking church next to their priest. So not only are they praising him,
A number of years ago,
they also platform him.
The Department of Education brought in a curriculum in their schools called
This is
SOGI
Dan
123. Some of you may be familiar with that a little bit. Sexual orientation, gender identity, where they teach little boys they may be girls, and little girls they may be boys. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yes? Okay. So what's been happening is there's a gentleman by the name of Kevin Cardell who has been a staunch proponent of this kind of ideology. Now, you know we've been doing these prayer walks. Okay, we're starting our 4th week. And our chapter, our Action for Canada chapter, last week went to the Department of Education in Kelowna, and they were going to go around the Department of Education building 7 times to do their prayer march around Kevin Cardell's office. So they went around the first time. The security guard came out to ask them what they were doing, and they noticed his name tag. His name was Goshen. Anybody know what that means? Promised land. So they said, hey, you've got a Bible name. He's like, yes, I know. I'm in the promised land, you know. So they started to converse with him. So he said, no problem, you know, keep going. So they went around the second time, and somebody was video recording, and they saw Kevin Cardell come out, and his arms was flapping all over the place. You know, he was visibly upset that somebody was praying against what they were praying against. The team quietly continued to pray with their Christian flags 7 times around. They packed up in their vehicles, and then they went home. Shortly after they left, no word of a lie, a portion of the building that he works in collapsed. Honest to goodness. And by the time the team found out, the municipality had that building tarped up so fast it would make your head spin. We're trying to get photos.
Oh, that's a...
By the time the team found out, the municipality had that building tarped up so fast it would make your head spin. We're trying to get photos.
So there's a guy video recording. No videos of the guy flipping out about their prayer in the area. But supposedly they were videotaping him, and he was flapping his arms everywhere, losing it, right? No video of that. And they're desperately trying to get pictures of this collapsed building.
Shortly after they left.
Now let's listen to an entire church cheer at the thoughts of a building collapsing on inclusive, pride-inclusive teachings and the people that support them. That's what they're cheering. They're cheering that the building collapses on their heads. Let's listen to it.
No word of a lie. A portion of the building that he works in collapsed. Honest to goodness. And by the...
Such good love, churchly people. Eh? Such good people in that church. Cheering at the thoughts of a building falling on people's heads because they are inclusive in Canada and want to teach people the inclusion. Yeah, okay. What's up, Ben Traces? How you doing, man? Is this an MCOC stream? Yeah, it is, actually. Look. There's MCOC right there, bro. See that small little quarter on the left there? That's MCOC sitting right there for you, bro. Alright, so this is an MCOC stream. Alright, I'm glad you stopped by for my MCOC stream. Alright, now let's, I'm just going to play, I'm not going to do the context of these videos, I'm just going to play them in the background, just as like a recap type of thing. So then we're going to start where the video evidence left off, right?
Are you going to grab my phone? I'm not. Are you going to grab my phone? I'm not. I'm not in your space. Don't lean into my space. This your space. You're having your space. I think there's somewhere better you could be. We better film him because he grabbed his sign. That's wrong. Now, get away from me. Get out of my space. We love you. You don't understand. We better film him because he's very deranged. And I feel unsafe around such a unhealthy person. Hateful man. But I love him. I have lots of love for you. But he'll never understand. But we better film him.
Yeah, Dieter, bro.
And you're going to destroy property.
I was making fun of him big time. I was like,
He's going to destroy property. I think that's think
I said to you.
I think you're in Jeff's space actually right now. You should probably move back.
Let's actually rewind that. Okay. So they used this video in court. Jeff Evely even got on the stand in provincial court to claim that this video was proof that I was in his space. Do you see how far my legs are from him? Plus there's a perception here as well too, because he's behind me. Does it look like I'm in his space? When I did cross-examination, I asked Jeff, I paused it at this point, or one of these points in this video, I said, does it look like you are losing any space in here whatsoever? And he said no. He also committed perjury on the stand, but we're not going to get into that because I still have to present myself on the 8th of August. So we won't even get into Jeff's perjury here yet. We'll do that after August the 8th, the final stream about this court situation. Then we'll go over his perjury as well too, okay? Shit long story. They assaulted you for being pro-pride or against pride. I'm pro-pride, bro. According to them, I'm their opposition. According to Freedom Nova Scotia, Action for Canada, Diagolon, Veterans for Freedom, Veterans for Healing, and just veteran bitches all together that are crying across Canada for their freedoms. Those guys, according to all them, I'm their opposition. Alright, so anyway, let's play the next one. But clearly, Jeff had way more than enough space.
Next generation, triumphantly. Won't you
You got something to say about me, Mike? Say it. Say it. What is it about me? What is it about me? What is it? What is it, Mike? What is it about me that you're so against? You're against freedom? You're against what?
Never debate a bad faith actor.
No, you won't say it on
especially
live,
when they're pointing the camera at you.
No, you'll go behind her back.
Debate the followers, but don't debate the bad faith actor.
Stuff on polls, right? No, I'm wanting him to answer the question. What is it about me?
Oh, I have no fear for atomic energy.
And you have been off camera.
And how long shall they kill our prophets?
Indian people or African people coming up, when they hear you screaming at Mike Tony, it's not helping the situation. He's getting the attention. Yes, he's getting the attention.
I ruined their day, man. I ruined their day. I ruined their day that day, that's for sure. Alright, now here's the 5-minute long one. And there, well, before we even start this one, what we're going to view in this video, this is a video that they submitted, right? Just don't forget this. I didn't submit this video. I didn't have this video. This video was kept in secret since May the 20th. The leader of Diagolon, little Jeremy McKenzie, and his skank girlfriend, Morgan tweeted out on May 20th that I was arrested for assault, right? And that she was going to release the footage. She was just waiting for the footage and she was going to release it because people were questioning it, right? It never came. Until July the 11th, when Darlene Lynn LeBlanc for Freedom Nova Scotia walked into a courtroom and handed these videos over as evidence of me being violent and aggressive towards them, towards her, for her application for her peace bond. Now keep in mind, an application for her peace bond is just one person, but she keeps on saying that I'm violent and aggressive towards this whole group, etc., right? And she used these videos as evidence. Now keep in mind, she's probably deaf in one ear or whatever. They're all fucking old idiots, right? So they're probably all fucking deaf, and they probably never actually listened to the video close enough to actually hear what's going on. And in multiple parts of this video that she played in court, the judge had to stop it, pause it, and say, hey, is that your friend chasing him around, harassing him? Is that your friend calling him mental this, mental that? Is that your friend cursing at him? Is that your friend getting in his space? Is that you, Darlene Lynn LeBlanc, chasing him around, yelling at him, but yet you're here saying that you're afraid of him? All that kind of stuff. The judge stopped this video multiple times. But here, let's play through. Oh, and one other final thing, too. When you're listening to it, listen to Jeff Evely change the lyrics. He'll change the lyrics from the creep song to me being an antifa pedophile. You'll hear it yourself. And they submitted this. That's the best part. It's like, thank you so much for handing over the evidence that I needed. I didn't even need it for the peace bond.
How come you can't see through it?
I needed it for something else.
Did you get your vaccines, Mike?
You've already destroyed property. You've already assaulted 2 people. That's a barbecue.
No, you can't land on that. You get hurt.
You've already, you're causing a disturbance.
Now call me. You can't see through it. Really?
Don't get too close. He's already assaulted 2 people because he's very
And
dangerous
Traces,
and
that's
unstable.
not even close.
Be careful. He's trying to assault people and it's very dangerous.
Do you mind? You're in her space.
You're in her space. Please get out of her.
I can't now.
Yeah, let him out. Let him go.
Please just get out of there.
Unlicensed.
He's trying to destroy.
Non-permitted. There's no permit, no liability insurance. Get out of here, you fucking weirdo. You hear him in the background there? Get out of here, you fucking weirdo.
Help, buddy. Seriously.
You've already assaulted people. I'm not calling her.
You right there, buddy?
Here he comes, look. I'm the aggressor.
I'm gonna call them because he's already broken things. He's already assaulted someone. I'm gonna call the police and ask. What's the non-emergency number? 563-5151.
Like, the silly part is, like, you see that guy, right? I could fold that guy up and put him in my pocket. And he's acting all tough because they want a situation. They want me to start swinging and stuff like that, right? They're looking for that. They want that narrative, right? Even though I can pick that little man up and fold him and put him in my pocket. But they're all watching. The cops are already there. They're all watching from their cars. They're not listening to things they're saying. They're watching from their cars from a distance, trying to spin something on me. That's why this footage is so great. Thank you so much. This is where Jeff starts changing the lyrics. Oh, you'll see that post. There's another guy who tries to hit me with a flag. You'll see. He winds up on me. Doesn't do it though.
Call TV where he went for that propane tank. Is it Costco or what?
I don't know. I thought he was going home.
He said he'd be back in like 7.
Okay, we're gonna go back right here. So it's right here where he starts changing the lyrics. He says Antifa's a freak or something like that. You'll see.
He said he'd be back in like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
A bunch of pedos.
Calling me a pedophile. That guy literally took the speaker at one point and said, Mike Toomey is a pedophile and a child rapist. All across downtown Sydney. With a PA system pumped to 11. And the cops were sitting in their cars and they heard that too.
Yeah, well, don't want him
They didn't do
destroying
fucking
our
nothing.
stuff.
Demurgear's playing there though. Defamation is when you defame somebody, right? I'm not doing anything for financial gain here. But I would say that the guy has to speak for that. Okay, I'll pause it then. Just to touch up on Ricochet's point, actually, is because if they call people PDF files, right? And then they go and say they want to end those people. You know, 2 + 2 = 4, bro. It's a threat. That's what it is. That's a threat. That's a common day, modern day threat. Without, of course, the law will never say that because they're such assholes about it. But that is a common day, modern day threat.
Okay.
You down the back?
Oops. It went to. Oops.
Actually, like, we just had a situation in Nova Scotia a few months ago with the RCMP. The RCMP in Newfoundland released an announcement that there was a man driving through Newfoundland in his car, suspicious, hanging around children, and to be watching out for him, right? Okay? And then everybody started fucking losing it. So whenever they see this guy, they're fucking pulling over. They're like, he'd be sleeping at night on the side of the road somewhere, and they'd be shaking his car, like, hey, you fucking pedophile, you fucking get out of your car, I'm gonna fucking blah blah fucking blah. Like, everybody in the Maritimes. I'm not even joking, man. Like, a lot of people fucking went after this guy from online social media. You can look this up. This is like literally like 5 months ago or something like that. It's like not even that long ago. And it all started over that RCMP announcement, right? And I've had debates about this with some people, and they just don't seem to get it. Like, the RCMP fucked up so hard. All they had to do was put out a statement, say, hey, there's a vehicle in the area. We're looking for reports and looking for where they are. Approach with caution. Bam. That's it. That's the tweet. That's the announcement. It's not fucking hard, right? But what do? They put in the fact that he's hanging around children with his car, not from here. Kind of looks like a trafficker, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, they're putting all that implication into their tweet. It's like, it's basically doing all that. It's triggering all those things into people. And people are fucking triggered these days very easily by it because they got their own traumas. So you got to think like about all those people that grew up with their own trauma. And then they see online that somebody's about to get kidnapped or trafficked or whatever, right? And boom! They're fucking going out there, man. They're not just hanging out online yapping about it like they are when you see it. They're actually getting out of their fucking homes. They're chasing these people down. They're hunting them down, right? And this guy was literally hunted all across the Maritimes. And he was writing a book. He was writing a book, traveling through the Maritimes, and just asking people questions about the areas that they live. That's it. And it's because somebody seen him from a distance and said, oh, that looks creepy, without actually walking up and talking to him and having a conversation with him. They reported it immediately. Right? Ah! Right? Without even trying. Maybe or it could be like the fact that like they tried to talk to him, but he was driving away at the time. You never know, I guess. There's a whole lot, right, that can go on there, right? There are a lot of scenarios. But to me, it sounds like people who are just too afraid. People who are afraid to actually approach somebody in the community and be like, hey, buddy, what's up? Before calling. You know what I mean? And fucking, yeah, so that guy got he got the worst of the worst. Like, if he's writing a book, he's probably going to write the worst about Cape Breton Island in Nova Scotia, or not just Cape Breton Island, the whole Maritimes. He's going to write the worst. Because holy shit, did he ever get fucked up. And I think it was like 3 days later, right? He wasn't homeless. No, he was just traveling. He's from the States. He's from Texas. He was just driving around in his car. He's an older author. He's just driving around in his car, traveling with this shitty old car. You know what I mean? Like, just wearing it down until it dies type of thing. Like, it's just, whatever, right? And he's just traveling and writing. That's all he's doing. He's like retired and everything, just going around. That's it. That's all he's doing. But, bam. Harassed. All because everybody's like, oh, he's a PDF file. He's got to be a PDF file. And then days later, like 3 days later, the RCMP and everybody had to put out another statement saying that he wasn't dangerous, that they did talk to him, blah, 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 blah. Do you think people seen that post? Do you think they seen that post 3 days later? No. No, that's not how the internet works. So, like, yeah, the shit already hit the fan. Like, even when you tell the truth, like, once something goes viral, right, even when you tell the truth, people aren't paying attention to that. They're only paying attention to the viral thing, because that's how the algorithm works, right? And they're like one-track minds as well, too. They might be on the internet that day and don't come back for a week. Right? But they still got that in their minds that they're going to chase that guy down when they see him, right? Like, they got pictures on their phone. They're ready for him as soon as they see him, right? Holy fuck. But yeah, like, all that happened. And all the RCMP had to do was make a tweet that didn't involve all that bullshit. Because think about it. I want you to think about this. Was the RCMP judge, jury, and executioner in that tweet? Did they have any information to work on for that fucking tweet? No, they didn't. They had nothing. And they still made the fucking tweet anyway. They made the fucking Facebook announcement anyway with nothing. They created that whole situation. Who benefits from creating situations? I want you guys to think about this shit. Who benefits from creating situations like that where people are going out causing chaos in the streets and trying to beat people up for being pedophiles? Who benefits? The fucking cops. Because they're the ones that are getting called. You're calling them like, hey, bro, holy shit, some guys just pulled a guy out of a fucking station wagon. He's fucking stomping his head in at the curb, bro. Get out here fast. Aw, shit, man. We're fucking so tied up. We're so busy with all the chaos going on from social media. We're so busy with everything. We need more funding, baby. Come on, liberals. Come on, feds. Come on, provincials. Come on, municipality. Come on, community. Give us more money. Give us more money. Look at all the chaos. Who fucking benefits? Yeah. And it's all because of that one fucking message. You tell me they don't know better? You acting like I know better than people like that? Like the people that run a whole organization that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Anyway.
Message. That's his message.
I had debates about this shit with people. I couldn't believe it that they actually fucking sided with them, bro. Like, what the fuck?
What?
Oh, it's the kiddie table. The little grooming table for the people with no kids. Put your kid back here. They can color our little Yahtzee symbols. Look, he's like literally touching me. I'm like, just get the fuck away from me, bro. I'm even saying I'm non-violent. She submitted this to the court. I'm a non-violent person. Give me space. Step away. They were so desperate to get me hitting somebody, bro. They were so desperate. You're gonna see that too. The cops were already notified. They were there because supposedly there was a threat. That's why they were there. There was a threat from May the 15th, some threatening thing. And look what they're doing. That's the applicant. The applicant is in my face, going like this with her phone, trying to block me. Terrified. Terrified she is. She needs a peace bond. She's terrified. Look at her. She's fucking terrified. Freedom, Nova Scotia.
You're tormenting people for no reason. Yeah, you're come on. You're not gaining nothing.
And then this is the video I supposedly don't have. Like everything I don't have, and then on top of that, the fucking Queen of Diagolon, Morgan, that dipshit, the one that's in Halifax or whatever, she tweeted out fucking 2 months ago that I was arrested for assault and she was going to release those videos, right? She said, she was even bragging last weekend, dude, on Friday. She met me for the first time on Friday. First time in her whole fucking life. And she was bragging about how I don't have the video. She's like, you don't have it? Like, they don't even understand. Check this out, guys. I shouldn't say it. No, I shouldn't say it. It's more for a private thing, okay? There's a thing with Nova Scotia when it comes to law, right? There's a thing that you can use in Nova Scotia when it comes to law. And these dipshits don't know it. They're all from different parts of the world and they have no fucking clue. Like, you gotta think we got dipshits from fucking Texas, dipshits from Florida, dipshits from fucking Australia, dipshits from Quebec. Like, they're not actually from Unamagi, right? Like, they're coming in from all these different areas and they're bringing their dipshit bullshit down here and they're trying to... Basically, like, think about this. Think about how the dipshits milk the seniors in the areas that they're in. So, like, if they're in Ottawa or Ontario and they're milking all the dipshits there, right? There's pretty much no more dipshits to milk. So what do? They branch out. They branch out. They don't stay there. So they send their little minions into other areas, rural areas. They're going to go all over Saskatchewan. They're going to go all over, like, everywhere you can imagine, bro. The prairies. They're going to go up into the north. They're going to go to northern Ontario. They're going to go all over fucking Vancouver, all over the whole island of BC, like the whole place. Like, they're going to be all over it. Same with down here, too. Not the big cities. Like, you see the madness going on in the big cities when you see Twitter and stuff like that, and you're paying attention to, like, a lot of the head news and stuff like that. You see, like, big things happening in big cities like Toronto and Calgary or Edmonton and stuff like that, or even, like, you know, Vancouver itself, and you see all that stuff going on, but a lot of it is actually happening around the clock, weekly, 24/7 in the municipalities of rural areas, right? So, like, they're going into these rural areas where there isn't a lot of people being milked because the leaders aren't there milking them from the big cities, right? And they send their minions out to milk them in the little places too. So you gotta think that's all over Canada at this point, and they got like a whole farming network across Canada right now too, like where they have like this network of like, remember the Dutch farming thing when the whole like Amsterdam stuff or the Netherlands stuff that was happening? They jumped all over that, but then from that they catapulted this fringe farm network across Canada where they have people in your local area, in your small towns, and they'll actually reach out to your farmers market. So say, for example, if you were here in Unamagi and you went to Louisbourg, once a month in Louisbourg, there's a farmer's market. And what they'll do is they'll send one of their minions to that farmer's market to infiltrate the market unknowingly that they're that type of a person. And what they'll do is they won't even send like the main people. So like say for example, you're watching these videos, right? And you see how the people organized in these videos, the people that are putting these protests on, they won't even send them. They'll send like a low-level person that's not that much associated with it to fit in with the market and get close to the farmers in that market. Once they learn the farmers in that market and they learn their contact information, then that low-level person will take that information and share it with somebody that's a little higher up. Somebody that has a little more cash, a little more, pizzazz when it comes to presenting things. And they'll get this person from like Alberta or a person from like Saskatchewan or Winnipeg or whatever, somewhere around there that's running these groups and helping them branch out these sections across Canada. They'll get one of them to now reach out to your local farmer market. So now your local farmer market is being reached out by this rich bureaucratic level type of influencing from the higher levels from across Canada, and you'll start listening to that person a little bit, unknowingly knowing what he's associating with ideologically. You see, so that's like they're not actually sending the people that the farmer would never associate with. They're being a little sly about it. Like it's way worse than just snakes in the grass when you think about it that way, right? But yeah, like that's what's going on. So yeah. And that's happening right now in your rural areas all across Canada if you don't pay attention. If you're not going to your farmers markets, you're not seeing what's going on. You're not seeing what churches are trying to infiltrate. You're not seeing all your municipality meetings all week. All week there's municipality, nonprofits, all that stuff going on in your little rural cities like PEI and everywhere else, like all the small places. Even like in Nova Scotia, you go to a place like South Shore and Yarmouth and stuff like that, right? Like all the way down there. And all that's happening there too. And if you're not paying attention, because you're just living your everyday life, then eventually they take control of your area. They take control of the people that actually control your area. And the next thing you know, then you're living under them. You're living under their ideologies. You're not living under yours anymore because you weren't paying attention enough. You didn't think it was that big of a deal. You thought, they're just a bunch of crazy people. Right? You didn't realize that they're actually militants and dissidents. Like you got to look up what militants and dissidents do, right? Like they're not just a bunch of crazy old people. I'll tell you that much. These are giant families, man. Giant families with a lot of dark church money.
We need that for
giant
today.
Ones.
We need to be protected from you, actually, but I'll pray for you. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I'll feel much safer now. Thanks, guys.
Looks good on me, Mike. The guy saying that voice is familiar. I cross-examined him too.
Now we can have a peaceful, fun, happy rally without someone intimidating, assaulting, and destroying property. We are peaceful, but this man assaulted. He elbowed my friend.
It was
standing
peaceful.
right over her. I was worried he was going to
Thumbs
punch her
up.
in the face.
They weren't doing nothing, guys. You hear that?
Black to blue.
They didn't do a thing.
We're very grateful you're here today.
This is my first rally, and
It's a rally. It's not even a protest at this point. See, they're saying it themselves, right? A non-permitted, no liability insurance rally defended by municipality police looking for more funding. Cheers.
I know the law a little bit, and I'm learning from you guys. I know he has a right to be here if he's not assaulting people and destroying our time. He doesn't have to like them, but he certainly doesn't have the right to rip them out on someone's hand or elbow my friend.
They're all wearing globalist shirts too. Like, and even after I left, when you go back and you look at the footage after I was gone, they all put the shirts on and they started doing military poses and dances and shit, and they had speeches. And I guess the cops were watching that too, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's normal."
Today.
Thank you very much.
All with like globalist slurs all over their shirts. Who versus who? This is Freedom Nova Scotia, and I guess I'm their opposition. All right, so now we've recapped the videos, right? So let's get into the evidence, man. Because last time we did mainly the videos, but we didn't really focus on the exhibits, right? So let's go through the exhibits. Let's go through this. So all these things are submitted to the provincial courts. They are now public record, and these are my copies. Because when you go to court, you have to have a copy for yourself, a copy for the courts, and a copy for your defendant or the applicant or whatever, right? You have to have one for everybody. This is my copy. So now we get to talk about it. Because, and not only that too, spoiler, I haven't even gone through this yet. I've seen it, but I've never talked about it, right? And we're going to talk about some of it, but you have to think too, though. On August the 8th, I go back to present my defense, right? So I'm not going to help them by presenting it on a stream for you guys, right? But we'll go, like, I'll go through the things that I've already said in the court, on record, while these things are being presented, right? So we'll talk about that, rather than we talk about what I'm going to say on the 8th. And then after the 8th, when it's all said and done, then we'll go over it, my side, right? All right, so here we go. So this is Darlene LeBlanc's side. This is Freedom Nova Scotia. According to them on the stand, she is Freedom Nova Scotia. Everything about Freedom Nova Scotia is her. She is the leader, according to them, which was very odd to me, because I thought Morgan ran the other account, and there's multiple people that run the account. Maybe it's Morgan and her. But then again, when you go into Telegram, and you go look at Freedom Nova Scotia, and you go look at the Queen of Diagolon's room, and you go look at Raging Dissident's room, right? When you go look at those rooms, like, she's literally like re-platforming Darlene's events. So even right now, if you go look at her current Telegram, she's posting an event that was announced by Darlene LeBlanc just a couple of days ago. So they're definitely tied together when it comes to Morgan and Darlene LeBlanc, because they are Freedom Nova Scotia. They were both, like, because I remember, like, I had to block Freedom Nova Scotia at one point, a long time ago, and no, they blocked me. That's right, it was the other way around. So Freedom Nova Scotia blocked me for me always tweeting at them. I would always tweet at them my own version of their rallies, like, over the years or whatever, right, on public Twitter, because they would put out their tweets, and I would respond to it my own way, and then they blocked me and then all that kind of stuff. So I just blocked them back, because, you know, if somebody's going to block you, you're not going to just let them, like, grab all your stuff. You might as well block them back too, right? And then I blocked Morgan, because my understanding was that Morgan was part of Freedom Nova Scotia, so if she's going to block me on Freedom Nova Scotia, then I would block her as well too on her other account, right? But that was my understanding, unless I was wrong about that. But that's just my alleged opinion of who's behind Freedom Nova Scotia. But, you know what I mean? Like, it's not my guaranteed who is behind it all, because it could be multiple people running that account, right? But yeah, here we go. So Morgan, Darlene LeBlanc has informed the judge that these posts are posts that I made on Facebook, right? Now, I even said to the judge, because I objected, and I said, these are just pictures of what could be my posts on Facebook, right? And there's no way I'll ever agree that they are my posts on Facebook, because I'm not here to prove the burden of proof of Darlene LeBlanc to say that these are real, right? Like, she hasn't included any links at all. Like, she's already closed her side of the case, guys, so this is her presentation. There's no links. There's nothing to say that this is real or not, right? And the thing of the matter is, like, what the judge was trying to say on the fly was, like, he could say that I can agree to accept it as being real, right? And I told him, well, Photoshop does a lot of things, right? Like, you can do a lot of things with Photoshop. You can just change away one wording. You can change one way the picture looks. You can change one line. You know, you can flip a picture around. You can put your own picture there. You can put a version of the picture of what you thought was there, and then change the words and just make it whatever you want, right? And I was like, I'm not really here to examine every page Darlene wants to submit and say, oh, that's real for Darlene. You know what I mean? Like, that's Darlene's problem. She has the burden of proof. I'm not here to prove it right for her, right? And if it's you know, that's because that's the way it is. And that was what I said to them as they were being submitted, because that's all they are. They're literally just pictures that could be made any way to look any way, right? And that was my objection to the submissions, right? And he duly noted that, like, we talked about it and stuff like that, right? And we still allowed her to submit them, though, because I told him I want them. If she's going to submit something as her claim that I'm a violent man, that she fears for her life at night, then she has to, you know, I have to get a copy of whatever she's trying to say, right? Like, there's even points where I'm not even over exaggerating, she was handing out paperwork to the sheriff. The sheriff wasn't even looking. The sheriff was just like, oh. You know, because they're just tired. Like, it just seemed like everybody was tired of it. Even the judge was just like, you can just give me whatever you want. If you just want to give me something, I'm not going to say no. Just give it to me if you want me to take it, right? And I'm like, well, do I get a copy of that? And then she'd be like, well, I don't have a copy for him, and last time we had to reschedule, and you just take mine. And it was just like, it was a sideshow. Okay, it was an absolute sideshow by the end. It was all, everybody was annoyed, frustrated with the whole process of the submission of these exhibits. And but I said, let her do it. She wants to submit one, let's go. I want it all. Give me a copy. Give me a copy. Give me a copy. Now we get to talk about these copies, right? So here we go. So Veterans for Freedom disgraced Jeff here took the mic. This is the man helping to expose Newfoundland residents. So this is August the 2nd, 2022, right? Looks to me like it's 3 days before they did a pride protest. They went down there to Wentworth Park, and they protested the drag event, right? Which I've already brought up with one of my key witnesses the first day, so I'm just mentioning what's already been brought up, right? So I'm just noting right now, this is 3 days before that, right? But he is super salty, baby mad about not being allowed in the Legion to spread COVID-19 through our Legionnaires and their families. He then tries to say that my grandfather and your grandfathers are rolling in their graves because this man is afraid of a needle. Way to take that 20 years of service and turn it into a disgrace. My grandfather got vaccinated to fight Nazis. Man up, Jeffy. Yeah. I stand by that statement. That's a pretty good statement. Man up, Jeffy. That one statement right there, I stand by. The rest, we're going to talk about on the 8th. Alright, what's next here? Quick question. Was there evidence only supposed to be leading up to May the 20th? Her question her evidence had to be within a year of her application. Here, let me get some music on in the background, though. So all we got going is a fan here. Hold on a second. Alright. United is power. Well, it must be a video. It says watch again, or maybe it's just a screenshot of a video. I guess we'll never know, because she didn't give us the link or proof. Due to circumstances beyond our control, the raffle is canceled. Oh, Veterans for Freedom says, due to circumstances beyond our control, this raffle is canceled. If you donate, please send an email to, so we can send you a refund via e-transfer. If you wish to donate funds to V4F, please accept the refund and go to a website where you can find an address specifically to set up to receiving donations. Sorry for inconvenience, and thank you for your support. This is just the constant grift from Veterans for Freedom, eh? They always have a grift. There's always some kind of donations needed. Oh, wait, hold on a second. There's my MCOC right there, eh? I better play MCOC for a second. Champion info. Corvus Glaive, what does he do? What does he do? Yeah, that's August 2022. So she had a year. So it did fall within her year to presenting evidence, I guess, right? So she's allowed to present this one here. I just don't understand what she meant by this, right? So guys, can you tell me? Well, I'm not gonna put anything out there, but on every piece of paperwork we look at, this is what you got to ask yourself. What about this piece of paper says that Mike Toomey's violent, that you can't sleep at night unless a judge restricts his movements, right? So you got to ask yourself on every piece of paper that she's putting forth, all right? And what is like a post about Jeff Evely? Jeff Evely, wah, wah, wah. Right? What does a post about him have to do with it? Message left for me at the bottom of my driveway. Uncertain of exact date. Wow, that's a good piece of evidence. You don't even know the date. But it would have been sometime in August of 2022. So I guess the same month that poor Evely got insulted. A Canadian hat was left at the bottom of my driveway with a potato. Oh, let me rephrase that. So I guess the same month that poor Jeff Evely allegedly got insulted so badly that Darlene cried a tear for him. Alright, so let's see. A Canadian hat was left at the bottom of my driveway with a potato used as a weight. I guess it's supposed to be a weight. It says weight. I shouldn't misquote the record, eh? A Canadian hat was left at the bottom of my driveway with a potato used as a weight. That potato was written in marker. On that potato was written marker. Spuds for chuds, love antifa. Okay. I called Inspector Jody Wilson. Uh-oh, there was a phone call to the police. And without further evidence, I cannot prove that it was Mike Toomey. God. Who left that message. However, Mike Toomey has used this language, chud, on social media, referencing me and others who may be associated with me. He is the only one that I know of that uses this terminology. I did not know what that word meant until I looked it up and found some disturbing definitions under the Urban Dictionary. Enclosed, find the definition of chuds and chotches. Like, I don't even know where that comes from. But, you know, whatever. Oh, there's a Canadian hat. Spuds for chuds. Love antifa. Okay. Chud definition, Urban Dictionary, 2003. Cannibalistic, humanoid, underdwelling demon. This is Urban Dictionary, bro. Alright. Sorry, I'm going to try to take this seriously. My mistake. 2005. A word for semen left in a dirty condom. Lick those lips. Just recapping initial videos. You just started going over her evidence. Yes. What's up, DTA? What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Yeah, we just recapped the videos. Now we're going into it. We're on page 2. A word for semen left in dirty condom. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. An unattractive person whose defining characteristic of the personality is their egotism. Most often used to describe typically one-dimensional preps, chotches, or the like. 2006, a defecation of at least medium width. Oh, there's a size. Your turn's got to be a certain size, bro. Most often used. A defecation of at least medium width and length with a meaty appearance. It's gotta be meaty, bro. Yeah, it's Comic Sans, Poos. What the fuck? Very firm with little flexibility, also known as the ass stretcher. What the fuck? What? Okay. And don't forget the question that we have to ask ourselves on every page. Actually, we should pin that, eh? Ask yourself on every page we read, what about this page proves that Mike Toomey is so violent a judge has to restrict him of his movements. There we go. Do that. Get out of the way, you stupid heart. Somebody say something so I can click it. There we go, thank you. Pin. Bam. Alright, that's what we gotta do. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave voice up there too. Ilac is a very... Have you seen him rage at an online mobile game? Yeah. I throw those curse words at mobile video games all the time, bro. Alright, let's move on. Did a lawyer read this out in court? No, she just handed them in and started talking with them while the judge read them and I read them. Well, I read some of it. I was too busy taking notes about for my cross-examination too, right? Because they had little sticky notes there, so while they were talking and while things were being said, whatever, I would write down key points that I wanted to bring up myself. Kind of like debates, when you debate somebody and they say something, key points you got to write down. That way you can remember your response and what to cover in your response so you don't fuck it up. 2010. Anyone who has no good qualities at all, assholes, morons, idiots, jerks, preppy pieces of shit, and meatheads, etc. A particularly mean insult. It should not be taken nor thrown around lightly. I'm sorry. I smoked a little weed. I'm taking this way more seriously. I'm not taking this lightly at all. I promise you, Darlene. It's just the weed, man. All right. Chachas, a name meaning. His power, great humanity. Stimulator, one who is a total douche or tool. Usually someone who is a tryhard at some activity. All right. I didn't even know that word until now. Who are Antifa, and are they a threat? Antifa dictionary definition. A political... Hold on. Hold on. I'm dying now. Let's go back here. We gotta play some MCOC. Man, that's some good MCOC right there. Alright, who are Antifa, and are they a threat? Oh, hold on, what's up, DTA? Whatever this lady is smoking, does she want to share with the class? DTA, your burger meaty, affirmative appearance. I mean, double burger with provolone and Munster cheese. Fried some bacon up. I sauteed some mushrooms in the bacon greases and strained them off and cut up a sweet onion with pretzel buns. Oh, you're getting me hungry, bro. Munster, you dead to me. Yo, be proud. I kicked for standing up to Mike and grounded Wilson off the forums. Oh, you got kicked? You got kicked from the forums by Kabam Mike? What a shock. That guy's such a idiot. Oh my god. The amount of bullshit that's spewed out of that guy's mouth. Is he still there? I thought they had somebody else. Hold on, I gotta read this, alright? Who are Antifa? And are they a threat? A political protest movement comprising of various autonomous groups affiliated by their militant opposition to fascism and other forms of extreme right-wing ideologies, often through militant protest tactics. A person or group actively opposing fascism, an anti-fascist movement. On May 31st, President Trump tweeted that he intended to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. Attorney General William Barr similarly remarked that the violence instigated and carried out by Antifa and other similar groups in connection with the rioting and domestic terrorism and will be treated accordingly. Who are Antifa? Antifa is a contraction of the phrase anti-fascist. Did she get this from Urban Dictionary too, bro? Yeah, it is too, right? Antifa dictionary definition. Like, what dictionary? It's gotta be Urban, right? Antifa is a contraction of the phrase... Oh, hold on. Where are we at here? One of the most common symbols... Antifa is a subset of anarchists... Oh, wait, hold on. It refers to a decentralized network of far-left militants that oppose what they believe are fascist, racist, or otherwise right-wing extremists. While some consider Antifa a subset of anarchists, adherents frequently blend anarchist and communist views. One of the most common symbols used by Antifa combines the red flag of the 1917 Russian Revolution and the black flag of the 19th century anarchists. Antifa groups frequently conduct counter-protests and disrupt far-right gatherings and rallies. They often organize in black blocs, ad hoc gatherings, and individuals that wear black clothing, ski masks, scarves, sunglasses, and other materials to conceal their faces. Use improvised explosive devices and other homemade weapons, and resort to vandalism. In addition, Antifa members organize their activities through social media, encrypted peer-to-peer networks, and encrypted messages services such as Signal. Man, this is a lot of shit from the States. Antifa groups have been increasingly active in protests and rallies over the past few years, especially ones that include far-right participants, like some other types of domestic extremists in the United States. Antifa followed a decentralized organizational structure. In an influential article in 1992 edition of the magazine Seditionists, anti-government activist Louis R. Beam advocated an organizational structure that he termed leaderless resistance. As Beam noted, utilizing the leaderless resistance concept, all individuals and groups operate independently of each other and never report to a central headquarters or single leader for direction or instruction, as would those who belong to a typical pyramid organization. Leaderless resistance became a useful model for many types of extremists, including far-left networks like Antifa. Like virtually every domestic extremist group in the United States, the U.S. government has not designated Antifa as a terrorist organization. Antifa is not a group per se, but rather a decentralized network of individuals. Jesus. Consequently, it is unlikely that designating Antifa as a terrorist organization would even have much of an impact. Based on a CISA status set of 893 terrorist incidents in the United States between January 1994 and May 2020, attacks from far-left perpetrators like Antifa made up a tiny percentage of overall terrorist attacks and casualties. Viewed in this context, the threat from Antifa-associated actors in the United States is relatively small. In Canada, Antifa's scope of activity and membership has broadened in today's era. Much of Antifa's contemporary sloganeering and messaging is directed at capitalism and the structure of contemporary Canadian society itself. In Canada, Antifa's scope of activity and membership has broadened today. Never mind. Supporters of the movement will even say that the group continues to carry the same essential mantle, to battle and oppose the specter of fascism. However, as the decades passed, Antifa has grown even more violent and bold in its tactics. As a decentralized movement, Canada's Antifa is composed of an assortment of radical ideologies. Oh my God. On the left of the political spectrum, including but not limited to anarchists, Marxists, Maoists, and others. The movement has even found sympathizers among liberals, democratic socialists, and members of the mainstream discourse. Oh, it's so tiring to even read while you're stoned. While there is likely a variety of doctrinal differences among individual members in different cells, they are bound together by opposition to perceived institutional racism, patriarchy, colonialism, exploitation, and other issues alleged to plague the nation. Note that since the COVID-19 era, I didn't know it was an era, with more and more freedom protests across Canada, along with the Freedom Convoy 2022, no statistics have been reported by mainstream media as to any increase in Antifa activity. However, there has been. There's been no reports. She knows. The tactics of sabotage and physical confrontation have today become a core principle for the movement's modus operandi. So once again, let's just ask ourselves the question. Post by Mike Toomey, July 30th, Wentworth Park. So Jeff took... so she just wrote that out. She wrote out the post. This is the beginning. So I guess I'm going a little bit backwards, am I? Hold on then. Let's go this way. Let me go... I'm going to start from the end. Bam. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll start from right here. So we already did the potato and Antifa. Moving on. The next exhibit. We'll call this Exhibit Dipshit times 2 plus more dipshits. July the 11th opening remarks. Your Honor, I'm here today to try and get a peace bond against Mike Toomey. I apologize. Sorry guys, I fucked up. I apologize to the court for not being prepared 2 weeks ago, and I hope that I am prepared to what the court had asked of me on June 26th. Your Honor, I simply ask that Mike Toomey stop his harassing, cyberbullying, threatening, and of late, aggressive behavior towards me and many members of our group and other groups and churches that may be akin to. I have witnesses, Your Honor. Give lists to judge and copies if needed that can attest to his escalating behavior. Your Honor, Mike Toomey has been somewhat in opposition for a long time. However, his online cyberbullying has escalated, and his harassing and threatening behavior has now moved from across the street as opposition to our rallies. She doesn't know how it's not listed as a protest, to entering our space and being disruptive and disturbing the peace. Because, you have the right to protest. Hey, I want you guys to think about that. You have the right to protest, but do you have the right to rally? Mike Toomey's objective is really unknown and unclear. However, it has become to the point that myself and many of our group members do not feel safe anymore when he is around and during our rallies. Your Honor, I can present evidence as I get testimony from my witnesses. I have some paper evidence as well as video evidence that I can submit. Your Honor, I give the opportunity for Mike Toomey to just abide by a peace bond and not waste the court's time. What? Me waste the court's time? Oh my God! However, he has twice now in court is contesting this peace bond application. Oh, she's so mad about me. She's so mad I just didn't roll over and take it, eh? Please, Your Honor. I'm ready to start as you direct, Your Honor, and forgive me if I'm not familiar with this process. And I also would like to mention, Your Honor, that I am hard to hear at times. So if I ask to repeat, that may be the reason. I will proceed as your direct, Your Honor. I will proceed as your direct, Your Honor. Thank you. Telly LeBlanc. I tried to read that with all the typos the best I could. Hey, Billy D. We got two pieces of words, 2 words on this where she admits it's not a protest. It's a rally. It's right here on the opening statement. There's not one thing about protests. I don't see protests on here at all. Let me go over it again. Rallies. Rallies. Yeah, all I see is rallies, bro. They're not even protests at this point, according to them. This is Freedom Nova Scotia. This is the leader. Or some bullshit, right? Alright. I circled that myself for cross-examination. When Vince Penny was on the stand, I asked him to read this for me. And he tried to read the top part. He wouldn't read the part I wanted. I said, I want you to read the part that under Darlene LeBlanc. Right under where it says Darlene LeBlanc. What does it say? Our buddy, Mike Toomey, showed up today. LOL. So I said, are we buddies? Clearly this post says we are. LOL. Haha, we're friends. I was trying to play with some snow and some silly signs, which did not look municipal, mind you, were in the way. Some old shaky man tried to tell me they were of some importance. So I guess this is a picture of my own post with a screenshot of her post, right? And there's... Is that me? That man's wearing a mask. I don't know. Maybe you guys can decide. Is that Mike Toomey in the mask? It's hard to tell. Like this picture is very, very grainy. It's very dark. It looks like it could be anybody in the same type of clothing, right? It looks like it could be anybody in the same type of clothing. I don't see anything that really shows it's definitely me. It does look like somebody that could resemble me, but is it really me? That's definitely you. Satchmo. Yeah, our buddy Mike. Yeah, Vince didn't like that question on the stand, bro. Also note that Mike Toomey stayed at City Hall while our group marched. One person from our group stayed back with the equipment. Mike showed up to tossing our signs around. Okay. So, in cross-examination, I asked when this was taking place. So this was for the March for Healthcare. This is, I do believe it was January 22nd or something like that. I could be mistaken on the dates. These are the dates that they provided in their stuff or whatever, right? When things are happening in their own testimony, right? But what they're saying is that during the March for Healthcare, when the march left, I came up, Vince was alone, and I knocked over a couple signs, right? Now, in the cross-examination of Vince, we cross-examined how he's the cameraman for every event. For every event he's at, he's the cameraman, he's the videographer, he's the guy that does the sound, he sets up the PAs, all that kind of stuff, right? He's always doing that stuff. And we kind of talked about a lot of that. And I was like, well, do you have the video of this, or is it just pictures? Is it just pictures of what you perceive? Like, how do I know this isn't photoshopped and you just didn't Photoshop the signs in on the ground? You know what I mean? Like, you have a video of me actually putting those signs there, or anything like that, right? You know what I mean? Like, this is... But, you know, Vince doesn't have a video, I guess. He's the camera. He was recording that day, but he doesn't have the video. But I asked for the video. I wasn't getting it, though. Alright, so this post. Oh, here, actually, let's go back. Don't forget to ask your question. What about this picture of a man touching snow and walking around has anything to do with the question at hand. That's pinned. Let's see. Let's move to the next one. Oh, that's back there. Right. All right. So. This one. This is my good friend Madeline right here. Madeline Yakimichuk. Okay? So Madeline recently passed away. Madeline suffered from some serious cancer the last few months. And she took MAID. She went the route of MAID to end her suffering. She died on June the 9th. And Madeline was the only one that was ever brave enough to stand up to these folks with me. Back in what was the date? It was February of 2022. Me and Madeline did a demonstration in front of those people while they were having their little parties. And they hated it, bro. They hated our demonstration. Our demonstration was peaceful. And it was very effective. But they tried to spin their narratives. But we're not going to get into that, because that'll be August the 8th. But here. So it says, Lisa Lee Jewelry at the top was also there with her QAnon friend, trying to create a scene for her buddy, Darlene. As soon as Lisa and her QAnon buddy realized Darlene was getting the boot, they scurried off like cockroaches. So I don't even know what that means, right? Because, like, what is the build-up here? Is she saying... So, this is a post above Madeline's post, right? But who made that post? Where, like, is there anything there showing who made that post? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's... But yeah, like, I know what this means. Like, Lisa Lee Jewelry. Lisa Lee is the one that, she went on to the QAnon bus, right? That this was for Queen Romana Didulo that travels across Canada claiming to be the Queen of Canada. Lisa Lee was on that bus. And Lisa Lee, well, August the 8th. We'll go back over it. So, it says Madeline Yakimichuk says here. So now I want you to remember too, Madeline took MAID on June the 9th, right? And in the video that we watched at the beginning of the stream, it was a priest on a podium at a church talking about how MAID is the most horrible thing ever. So I don't know, like, Madeline used MAID so that way she didn't have to suffer. Like, she would have suffered for months. She might have not died till December. So she'd be going from July to December, suffering in palliative care between now and then, using up all the healthcare resources, putting her family through it all, and suffering herself daily with the pain while she slowly died, right? And she chose to just to use the medically assisted one, just to end that suffering, right? She chose that. That was her choice. And, like, I stand by her with that one. I wouldn't want to see her suffer that long, too. She's a beautiful, beautiful little woman, man. She's only, geez, what was she, like 4 foot, I don't even know, like 4'10" or 5'1". She's super tiny, bro. Super tiny. but she was a very loud, tiny person. She could get a message across in a way that other people couldn't. Without even being that loud, I mean, the message was loud enough so you would see it. Rest in peace, Maddie. Yeah, rest in peace, Madeline. It's Madeline with a small M. Even though Facebook puts a big M, it's Madeline with a small M. And I might have messed up. I think I already did messed up, and I apologize. It's like anybody that's older has a hard time with non-binary, right? So I almost did it again. Madeline is they them. Madeline is they them, non-binary. Sorry. Whew. It's a hard one, bro. Like, when you're programmed for, like, that many years, like 30-something years, right? 30-plus years, it's so hard to deprogram it, but I'm trying. But, yeah, Madeline's they, them. That's right. I gotta start referring to everybody as they, them. That's the easiest way, right? It says here, well, the Elder Wise Cape Breton coffee time at the farmer's market was full of excitement today. This gang showed up and had a community table under false pretenses. They are the same gang who protested the drag story hour in the park last Pride, and are often in front of City Hall as loud anti-vaxxers and pro-convoy, but for some reason, they all want to fuck Trudeau. Even though they are clearly homophobic for the children. See how clever she is? Or they are with their words? Shit, man, it's so hard. See how clever they are with their words? Some community members complained the giant showed up and the no-no folk were booted out. Not necessarily related. Please be careful of right-wing nuts convincing you to sign a petition that might sound reasonable on the surface. So yeah, Madeline was beautiful. They're always very, very great at what they did. And yeah, I miss Madeline big time. I really do. And Madeline would let me fuck up non-binary all day around Madeline. You know what I mean? Like you go. What was it? Martin Boyce. Martin Boyce was up here. He was doing a presentation for the Stonewall riots, and even Martin Boyce couldn't get it. It's like anybody that's programmed from the 80s up, like 80s, 90s up. It's so hard to deprogram. It doesn't matter who you talk to. It doesn't matter how inclusive they are. It doesn't matter how much they know. It's just something that's been programmed since, like, you know, your early. What's the learned behavior stages between the age of 7 and 14 or something like that? So during that time, it's like it's encoded. You know, like it's so hard to break. But everybody's trying though. But anyway, let's move on to this one. Were you at the city farmers market yesterday? You may have witnessed the removal of table of contents of specific individuals from it. The same individuals who took selfies with anti-immigration residential school deniers. The same people who stand with Russia on the cleansing of Ukraine. Whew. The same people who organized and assisted in threats on the queer community this past summer. The same folks marching for health care after denying COVID's existence for 3 years. The same folks who called our friends and family members who died of COVID fake fucking stats. I removed your last names and your locations in the hopes you got tricked into signing #community awareness. It's true. They treated everybody that died like they were fake. They treated it all like it was fake ass bullshit. This is the same group of people. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to get into it. It's true. Alright, so we got that post. And again, we'll ask ourselves the question, the main question of every page. What about this page? Next picture. Looks like a very, very sexy man in a very sexy outfit standing there. That's Kevin Nicholson right there. They had to leave that day. They're not allowed in the farmer's market no more. They'll never be allowed in the farmer's market again either. The old man at this table told me he stands with Darlene on backing Russia invading Ukraine. When asked if he knew how many Ukrainians were in that very room, he said they would be idiots to not let Russia cleanse their country. They say it is a healthcare related, but that is just the latest trick. Lisa Lee Jewelry. Oh, okay, so this is the rest right here, so I guess it was cut off. Lisa Lee Jewelry was also there. Okay, there we go. Now we got the rest of the context. I don't know why this wasn't on this wasn't the main page. Like, why was it separated 2 fucking pages? I don't even know. Incident with Mike Toomey at the farmers market, Sydney, February the 11th, 2023. This old man at this table told me he stands with there. Okay, she's read that. She's read that. She read that. And Madeline. Okay, so it's just all the stuff we just read. Okay, so it's not even our own perspective. We just read what was already in the screenshots. Thanks for typing out what was already in the screenshots again, Darlene. Fucking Jesus. Response from Jody Wilson. Friday, February the 10th, 1:43 p.m. Jody Wilson is a constable. So again, ding, 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 ding. They called the cops again. I want you to guys think about this too. How many times do you get to call the cops with false reports and false claims before the cops finally charge you with public mischief in Canada? Thanks for letting us know. I will have an officer contact me and speak to him about this behavior. What? And it's not only that too, she typed this out, right? This is an official statement from Jody Wilson. This is Darlene LeBlanc's version of an official statement from Jody Wilson. You gotta think about that too, right? But yeah, look at that. It looks like a picture. I can't tell if it's me. Is that me? Oh no! They doxed my license plate. Oh no! I'm so scared. I hope people don't find out who I am. Please don't come find me. Ah, February 10th, email to Inspector Jody Wilson. Oh, there was an email exchange too. Here we go. It's totally useless. Damn it, DTA. DTA, you're the worst witness ever, bro. You're just like, that's Mike Toomey. DTA's in the court, eh? He's in the court behind me. Don't listen to the judge, that's definitely him. Bigfoot is alive, he's spotted. What's up, Insidious 1? Fucking DTA throwing me under the bus, bro. Alright, Friday, February... Oh, hold on. It's the day before, is it? Oh, that's February 10th, okay. Hello, Inspector Jody. Just letting you know that we had to reschedule our demo march to Monday, February the 13th due to the weather. Just want to also inform you that our group is having some complaints about Mike Toomey. We had someone go to Ben's Bakery this morning in case some people did show up to inform them of the postponement of the march. Mike Toomey was there. It was very vulgar to our two group members. Like the bullshit, they're calling cops on that. Mike Toomey cursed at me. He's trying to show on Facebook that all our events are now canceled, is putting yellow X marks across our flyers that are online and social media. We do not know how to handle this. He is being very intimidating. I've informed our group to not engage. However, they feel that he should be reported, and perhaps a police presence Monday morning might be in order, so that our demonstrations can feel safe. What did I tell you guys about who benefits from this shit? Right? We need more funding. Look at what we gotta do. We gotta escort Darlene and Freedom Nova Scotia around and make sure they're safe. We need more funding. We need more cops. Look at all the craziness in the streets. However, they feel that he should be reported. Perhaps the police... Oh, never mind. Perhaps you have another avenue to handle this, but we do not need this verbal abuse and bullying because it is stress with the people who are going to participate in that march. I appreciate you looking into this for us. I've included a pic from today that was sent to me as proof that he was at least there this morning. That's it, guys. Look at the evidence. This is proof. Proof that Mike Toomey was there that morning, Friday the 10th. Don't you see? Don't you see where she typed in February the 10th? It's obviously proof that he was there that morning. Look at it. It's clear as day. She typed it in herself. I appreciate looking at this. Oh no! Oh no, Darlene! Your phone number's been released! Ah! Also note that we are having a petition signing at the farmer's market today, and now we fear he will try to interfere with that as well. He is posting stuff about it. Thanks, Darlene. Yeah, give her a call, bro. Like, what the fuck? This is public record. You submitted this, dumbass. Go to your recording so anybody in your site might get a little angry, and they say something to him, we're going to have to act on that as well. Me, of course. Wait, what's this? Hold on. This is a conversation in a different order. Alright. Next exhibit. So we have the last call of the cops. This is the next exhibit, right? To be fair, though, if you want to get photo evidence of someone next time, maybe not use potato for a camera. I would just see better photo quality from a disposable Polaroid camera. That day's newspaper is under the snow. Yeah, there's a picture under the snow of the Cape Breton Post with the date, February the 10th, 2023 on it, in the snow of the picture. You're absolutely right. DTA, I'm surprised he missed it. You should have held up a newspaper for the Post. Damn it. I'm here now. Fuck you, bro. Alright. February 12th, 2023. Transcript of a phone call with Constable Colin McLeod regarding a complaint of Mike Toomey. This is all official public record, so if YouTube wants to watch this stream, these are official public documents to the provincial courts of Nova Scotia. They were submitted as exhibits, and we are going over them. Alright, so, Constable Colin McLeod. That's an interesting last name, Mr. McLeod. On February 12th at approximately 12:12 p.m., I telephoned Inspector Jody Wilson of the Cape Breton Regional Police Service in reference to the behavior of Mike Toomey regards our demonstration march that was scheduled for February the 10th. But had to be canceled due to the weather. We had 2 members go to the muster site in case anyone showed up to inform them of the postponement of the event to Monday, February the 13th. Mike Toomey was there and was vulgar and verbally abusive to 2 members of our group. Wow. I sent an email to Jody Wilson on Friday, February 10th, and she informed me that she would have the police officer speak to him of his behavior. I also included my concerns about the planned farmers market petition signing campaign we were to have on February the 11th. I informed Inspector Wilson of the Facebook post that Mike Toomey has been posting of us at the farmers market. That he had threatened a young woman there who contacted me, and he posted a pic of the petition with the people's signatures on it. I was very concerned with the names that Mike Toomey, who is a cyber bully, would be trying to contact those people and bully, intimidate, and harass them. Inspector Wilson said she would contact the station and have someone call me so I could file an official complaint. I recorded the phone call with the constable, Colin McLeod, as follows. So she recorded the phone call. Alright, so this is her typed up version of the recording of the phone call that she didn't actually submit. This is her interpretive version of the phone call. The Darlene LeBlanc version of the phone call. February 12, 2023 at approximately 1:35 p.m. received a call. Phone Constable Colin McLeod of the Cape Breton Police Service. I began recording the phone call. Constable McLeod, it's Constable McLeod with the Regional Police. How are you today? Not the best. Before we start, I just wanted to get some information. I provide my personal information. What's going on today? I don't know if you know about our group, Freedom Nova Scotia. We protest in front of City Hall every 2 weeks for over 2 years now, and I'm sure you all know about Mike Toomey. He has been an adversary of ours for quite some time. You haven't been familiar with him. Are you, Constable McLeod? Well, he has been reported a couple times for instances, one by myself and by another group member, where he went to their church. Anyways, we were to have a demonstration march on Friday, February the 10th. I was in contact with Jody Wilson to see if we need them. Oh, wrong way. For whatever. Then we found out from her, I've never read this before, but I'm interested. Then we found out from her that we had to be at 50 meters from the properties, so we were fine with it. Then we had to cancel because of the storm. But in the meantime, Mike Toomey has been kind of defacing our flyers on Facebook with a lot of bad commentary and a lot of lies and stuff. Anyways, we had to cancel it, reschedule it. So we had a couple of people go in case people showed up to let them know it was postponed. And he was there, and he was vulgar and belligerent to these two people. So I reported that to Inspector Jody in an email, that we have concerns with the farmers market because we have petition signing there, which would have been yesterday, okay? McLeod, okay. She emailed me back saying that she that she would have a police officer go and talk to him about his behavior. However, he showed up at the petition signing. We were there for a couple hours. Then he showed up anyway. He threatened this other lady. Did I now? This is a bold claim. I didn't get any video on record for that. Oh, what a shock! He threatened another lady, but I just couldn't get the proof. Everything was happening so fast. It was too quick, man. Do you see how big he is and fast he is? I didn't get any video. I only managed to record a bit of him engaging with us at the table, right? Anyway, McLeod, okay. My concern is, okay, we were asked to leave anyway from the person organizing the farmers market, which is fine. We left and everything. However, he threatened this lady who sent me a message, telling me this and that. He has been cyberbullied her in the past, which is why she hasn't been coming to any rallies or whatnot, because he doesn't just cyberbully her, but he goes into her friends list and contacts them. What? Anyway, I'm just finding these things out since the march on January 22nd with Jennifer McDonald. You remember the street march? Yeah, just so you guys remember, just so you guys know, the March for Healthcare that she's talking about, that woman, Jennifer McDonald, put out a post saying she wanted nothing to do with them. She even changed the date to get away from them, and they changed the date to follow her to make sure they were in her march. But hey, that's totally normal behavior, to not have your normal rally day and change your date so you can follow somebody else that doesn't like you and doesn't want you there. Totally normal. Or was it all a facade and Jennifer McDonald was actually in on it and they're actually trying to do it together? Which one is it? I don't know. Maybe Jennifer McDonald has to defend that one. McLeod, yeah. Anyway, my concern is his posting. So we got okay, yeah. Anyway, my concern is he's posting since the farmers market a picture of us there at the table with his commentary, which is all lies. Plus, he took a picture of the petition with the names on them. Mind you, he did white out their information and left their first names. He now has a copy of those names. I can't remember how many names. He posted a picture. You can't remember the names of the people on your petition? I have a copy. I'm making a file of whatever he's posted that people are sending me. However, I fear now that he's going to start cyberbullying anyone he can make contact with on that list. I'm fearing for them. So this interference with our group has gone beyond harassment, we feel. because I'm the leader of the group and I organize all the events. Bam! Bam! Where's my gavel? I'm the one people contact, so I have to make a complaint on him somehow on harassment, because he is bullying people, he is intimidating them, and he is threatening them, and people are afraid to call the police on him, so they are contacting me. People are afraid to call the police. They're calling Darlene LeBlanc instead. Darlene, you gotta do something about Mike. They don't want their names to be revealed because they afraid, okay? They afraid, okay? And now we are supposed to have our for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and now we are afraid. I'm afraid for participants who want to come, and any members of our group or anything like that he is going to come and harass and bully and interfere with people's rights to demonstrate. And we're back to the main question. This. I wonder if McLeod's answer. We're gonna turn the page. I wonder if McLeod's answer is okay. Wait, we'll see. Oh wait, no. You gotta go this way. Oh no, he's got more of an answer. Okay, look. So I don't know how else to handle this to try and make an official complaint now in writing. I will willingly sign my name to because something has to be stopped. Like, he should be demanded to remove all those posts, and in my opinion, he should be banned from social media. Who does that sound like, guys? Who does that sound like that I should be banned from social media? That I shouldn't be allowed to make my posts? Does it sound like the Mercs and the Kabam MCOC community, guys? Does it sound like the money launderers? Does it sound like the YouTubers that are milking that game? Sounds an awful lot like them. Sounds an awful lot like that Shady series, eh? When. McLeod. Okay, unfortunately, we don't have the power to ban him from social media or to force him to take down the majority of his posts. I'm sure there's some there that we could probably try to, but is he making posts on Facebook? Question mark? Me, yes. And he is naming names. You know, he named my name. And a couple people. And anyone associated with me and stuff like that. And it's not good stuff. And it's like lies, like, you know? It's like, how are we supposed to respond to this? He will go and attack other people. I mean, I have him blocked on Facebook, so I can't do anything. But somehow, because I am public on Facebook, he can throw my friends somehow. He manages. He's pretty good at that. They're gonna call Ghostbusters. I use afraid of my Toomey. Zero Man crying. Oh man. They can also make, because the McLeod says they can also make accounts and people end up doing that, and they pose as other people, and they might agree with you, and he can hide behind the screen, right? And he knows exactly who you are. Me, exactly. Oh, McLeod! McLeod's detective. He's on the case for you. He's probably on a fake account. He's probably best friends with you on one of his fake accounts, McLeod says, eh? Well, this is the interpretation of what McLeod said, but I do have to admit, just by reading Darlene's last response to McLeod and how it was a run-on sentence, like totally, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's totally it's like that, you know? Like, it's sometimes like this and like that. It's like this and like that and like this and like that and like this and like that and because of the way she worded it like that, it did sound to me like she is typing out the exact recording. You know what I mean? Because it sounds like how they would talk. But anyway, we still don't know for sure if Constable McLeod actually said this, but according to Darlene LeBlanc, he did. So it's up to the Constable McLeod to defend himself of that. She submitted this to the public record of provincial courts as Colin McLeod saying this, so it's between him and her now. So she says, exactly. McLeod says, I suggest for the Facebook posts, and that I know Facebook works most with to protect the safe space. So if you do this anonymously, so you can also pass this along to other people as well. The more who report the post, the more you report a page. Facebook cannot bump it up the list. And they have the power of their platform. They have the power, their platform altogether, I guess, to remove their platform altogether. So he's suggesting that for the Facebook posts, so if you do this anonymously, so he wants her to anonymously go post or report the post on Facebook. So I guess he wants her to make it like she blocked me. You know what I mean? So I don't understand, like, she's saying straight up that she doesn't even see the post. So how's she reporting them to Connor McLeod? I'm sorry, Colin McLeod, not Connor McLeod. Oh, let's play some MCOC. Omega Red. Oh yeah. Oh, screen disappeared. All right. Right, she says. McLeod, maybe he tries to make a new account. They have the IP address along these lines. They take advance. And we don't have that technology or that equipment to do that here. But they do. And you can apply those complaints there as well. As what I'm going to do here. Oh, wait, let me read that. As what I'm going to do here, I'm going to take down everything you just told me. Put in an official report, okay? Oh, it's an official report. Good to know. And it's going to be filed and noted. And be there forever. Anything else continues or happens, it can be referred back to this. And we can start making a case on everything that's going on, okay? She says, me, okay. Now, what about our concerns with tomorrow morning? McLeod, what I'm going to do is, my shift is working tomorrow. I'm going to make everybody in my platoon aware. Oh! We get all the boys! Rally up! We gotta go protect them, boys! Let's go! We got that funding now! We gotta go protect them! You might see a few police cars just driving around. If he shows up and starts causing issues or anything along those lines, give us a call and we will come down and we'll mediate and peacekeep, okay? Then again, if he does make threats to harm or anything along the lines, they're going to get charged according with the criminal code. Just to note, he's probably for it, whatever. Wait, no, the other way. He's probably going to be recording, so anybody in your sight might get a little angry, or they say something to him. We're going to have to act on that as well. Oh! Well, what's that all about? Mr. McLeod. Constable McLeod. Did you just help her? You're like, make sure you tell your friends not to say anything back to them, otherwise, fuck, we gotta go for you. You trying to help them, Mr. McLeod? Do you know that they're gonna be like that? Me, of course, McLeod, not sure if that. Bite your tongues and we'll come handle it. Bite your tongues, eh? Is that what we seen in the video, guys? The video play out? Where they bite their tongues in that one? Yeah. Me, as Inspector Jody knows, we've always been peaceful and respectful. We've always backed the blue. We won't engage with him in any way that regard. However, we just wanted to be prepared because I'm letting you know in advance. He knows we're going to be there tomorrow. He showed up Friday even though we canceled. He's going to be there, and I'm letting you know now. He's going to be there. We are pretty sure. 9 minutes and 40 seconds into recording. Last remaining 6 minutes. Help us improve Facebook. How can we improve? There are some of the posts that Mike Toomey has been posting on Facebook defaming me as well as anyone associated with me. I have made a complaint to the local police with Cape Breton Regional Police Service, City Cape Breton. File number. Oh, thank you so much for the file number. Thank you so very much. I ask that this post be removed as well as being banned for cyberbullying in the future. Please inform me to make complaints with Facebook. So I hope that this complaint makes it to the right people to make corrective change in this regard. Nobody needs to be defamed in social media without some kind of penalty resolution. Blocking him is not preventing him from harassing my friends and associates. Please, I ask for resolution in this serious matter. Sent February the 12th, 2023 at approximately 6:52 p.m. But it failed to get submitted. Uh-oh. Failed to get submitted, eh? Interesting. So it sounds to me, well, then again, let's just ask ourselves the main question of the day. What does this have to do with restricting Mike Toomey's movements? Sounds to me like somebody just doesn't like any opposition to their ideologies. Sounds like that. Alright. Second here. What's next? Yeah, this is a big one here, I think. Alright. There's no one there. No one is standing across from them. Perfectly sane losers, hashtag losers and bigots, being losers and bigots. The City Chuds has the first rally of 2023. Even a disgraced veteran for treason, Jeff was in attendance. They spent their Saturday afternoon screaming to themselves while the municipality building is closed. Cloded. No one stopped by. No one listened. Hashtag losers, bigots, locals. Mike Toomey, there's no one there. No one is standing across from them. Perfectly sane losers and bigots, being losers and bigots. Cape Breton edition. Like you can see in the reflection that they're literally just yelling at themselves. But anyway. Oh, wrong way. So we just read that part. Got some really, really shitty pictures of a rally, I guess, in front of City Hall. Flavor in the Water. So Flavor in the Water is it's a restaurant on Sidport where the Big Fiddle is. That's Flavor in the Water. Flavor in the Water, you just endorsed a hate group of chuds who harassed locals during Pride last year. They also threatened to hang healthcare workers. They endorse a party against immigration that lost court cases for being involved with white supremacists. They are tied to the local hate church in Eddie as well. They also dragged a disgraced vet onto our island to rip off senior citizens with false promises. We see you! I guess it's, what is it, a picture of Jeff Evely for PPC Party. Darlene LeBlanc liked it. I guess the post by them, I guess Jeff is going to become a People's Party of Canada candidate. He's going to try to run for office under the PPC of Canada, who has 0 seats. They haven't gotten a single seat in a long, long time. They have no seats. Maxime Bernier is their party leader. They are trash. 100%. May 10th, 2023. Regarding event at CBU Facebook post by Mike Toomey. There's the word chud. Gotta be you. I know, right? Even though the word chud didn't come from me at all. You know what else I like too, Ricochet? How her definition of Antifa had nothing to do with European Antifa. It's like European Antifa doesn't exist in their minds. The European history, the European countries of Antifa doesn't exist in their minds. They have not even a single ounce in any of their posts. It's all America, 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 Trump. You know, this is whatever they learned about from Trump in the last couple of years. That's it. They have no clue what the actual history is. But anyway, one picture we have Action for Canada, Defamation, alongside Haneni's very own Bill Legg's brother-in-law, Vince Penny. Why are they there at a local queer event? Below that we have Jeff and all the Haneni Civic Center chuds trying to infiltrate CBRM Forward. This was the same week. Same week. So they went to a Pride event with Action for Canada, Vince Penny, and Defamation, and then the CBRM Forward event, they had all their friends down there. And that one too. 2 different events they tried to infiltrate in the same week. Dan and Vince, the 2 fellas who enjoyed protesting Pride last year, mere feet from a toddler's playground, were pointing their phones and cameras at the entrance of Martin Boyce's event. They were taking pictures of local queers as they enter. Why? Well, look up Kiwi Firms with Google, and you'll get the idea. They also had tickets to try and get in and mess with Martin Boyce. I can only imagine the silly video they were trying to make. Jeff Evely and Darlene's chuds, who were leaving sticky note suggestions on the board for CBRM Forward, they all lead to a specific individual who was already on the radar that tried to infiltrate an unhoused nonprofit startup near days earlier. Make no mistake that all 3 incidents are connected. Learn their faces, protect yours. And then there's highlights here, right? We got highlight for chuds, we got highlight for Kiwi Farms, we got highlight for Darlene chuds, and learn their faces and protect yours. Yeah, sounds about right. Learn their faces. Definition from Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. Oh, it's a Wikipedia definition. So we got Urban Dictionary and now Wikipedia. Darlene really knows how to use the internet, eh? Whew, it's hot in here, bro. All right. Kiwi Farms, formerly known... Oh, let me bring it back up. Kiwi Farms, formerly known as CWCKI Forums, is an internet forum that facilitates the discussion of harassment of online figures and communities. Their targets are often subject to organized group trolling and stalking harassment, as well as doxing and real-life harassment. Tactics include publishing their victims' personal information, trying to get them fired from their jobs, reporting crimes at their addresses in an attempt to have police dispatched to their homes, and harassing their family members or friends. On August 24th, 2022, a U.S. Representative, Marjorie Taylor Greene, God, stated in an interview with Newsmax that she was swatted twice by an individual claiming to be a Kiwi Farmers moderator. Autistic right. She demanded that the website be shut down, saying there should be no business or any kind of service where you can target your enemy. That's absolutely absurd in business and any kind of service where you can target your enemy. That's absolutely absurd. And this is the type of lawlessness the Democrats want all over the country. Cloudflare suspended a service to the website that allowed them to customize error messages in response. Q-Fire's connection to several controversies and harassment campaigns has caused the forum to be blocked by the internet service providers or refused service by companies. It was kicked off the internet services and security company Cloudflare, citing on an unprecedented emergency and immediate threat to human life. This interpretation of the events is weird. The forum, like the whole Kiwi Farms thing, it's like she doesn't even know that story either, right? The forum is known for being a community of stalkers. Since beginning more than a decade ago, Kiwi Farms has been become a community focused on harassing and doxing online individuals perceived as deviant. While members of the forum have different ideologies, but not universally alt-right, they are all interested in gossiping and posting personal information of the figures they fixate on. Lovely tablecloth? Yeah, bro. The network of angry, miserable people who band into uneasy communities that work together to weaponize the internet is massive. While some aspects of these communities play out on public social media like Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, many of them gather and organize on smaller forums like Kiwi Farms, encrypted groups in Telegram or Signal, or communities on Slack or Discord. This dispersed nature makes it very difficult for governments, researchers, or companies to gauge who is out there, or how seriously to take their threats. I guess that's her own interpretation of it, eh? Like she just adds her own line on every paragraph. This course of action exemplifies the difficulty for governments to regulate online harassment and hate speech. The speed at which these events occur and the nuance of the complicated motivations by online actors makes it difficult to determine who is in the right and to exercise the levers to stop people from posting. It's easier for companies to ban bad behavior, but often digital harassment never reaches the level of publicity that this case has. Okay. And again, the same question applies. Oh. What's next? Witness testimony. Jeff, Vince. Oh, she didn't put Lowell. Lowell was a witness as well. He was on there too. Hold on. What's next? Oh, here we go. The assault. The alleged assault that was claimed on video where the girl was like, I seen him assault somebody. May 20th, City Hall. Mike Toomey, when he elbowed me, I took it as an assault. While trying to host a rally by Freedom for Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, Mike Toomey kept getting in my personal space. So I asked somebody to take my tablet and take pictures of his presence to have for the record. As you can see by the picture on the right, Toomey's elbow was hitting me. This is where I said, objection! And I was like, where are these pictures from? Are they from a video? They have videos of everything else. Where's the video of me doing the elbow? Right? And the reason why I asked that is because I was there, and they were videoing. The same girl that was calling me deranged and yada 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 was the same one yelling at me in this situation, telling me that I elbowed her and I assaulted her or something like that, right? But I remember even the judge was cutting in, and he was like, how close are you to him? Right? Like, is there any videos of you running away from him? Because it looks to me like you're just going at him all the time, right? But this elbow, I guess they claim, is assault. So me going, get away from me, and just pushing you away from my space is assaulting you now. Here's where I said to him that he just hit me, and he responds that I was in his personal space. I yelled out, where's the police? A lady witnessed this and she called the police. Oh, another phone call. I wonder how many phone calls these people have done, dude. I wonder how many phone calls are tabled into the cops under the file. I wonder if we bring up that file number that they're building. I could probably go request from the Freedom of Information Act a copy of that file number and find out how many times it's been logged that they called the cops to report something on me, right? I want to know. I want to know how many, 1,000, 800, 400? Like, what is it? What's the number? How many times have they called? But yeah, I mean, she's clearly in my space. So anyway, what's next here? Okay, so this was the statement from the police. Now, the statement from the police, actually, somebody had a good comment on the last video because we went over the statement for a brief section. So I'll just put it up here. This is the statement from the cops, right? But we went over this in the last one. And the statement from the police was actually the best piece of evidence that she had, right? Until you watch the videos. Once you watch the videos, the statement from the police doesn't even match the videos. So it doesn't even hold up, right? But this was her best piece of evidence until those videos were played. In my opinion, as well as the person on YouTube. It was her best piece of evidence. Because the cops are making a statement, right? And they're stating that I was the aggressor, that I was the antagonizer or whatever in a way, right? But I noticed one thing in this statement. This is one thing that always stood out to me too when we looked at it. At this point, Sergeant McLean made that decision that Toomey showed enough evidence that he was breaching the peace of a peaceful gathering, and if he was not removed from his actions, were going to either cause him to be assaulted. So it was, my actions were going to cause me to be assaulted, or it was going to escalate to Toomey assaulting somebody. But, see that? It was going to escalate to Toomey assaulting somebody. But they knew for sure that I was going to be assaulted. And I don't understand it, because I know for a fact, if I was doing what they did to a woman, if I did what they did to a woman, I would probably still be in jail. Like if I was, like, you'll see, like when we get the actual footage from the Freedom of Information Act from the camera that shows the perspective of everything, and then we match it up with their videos, and you get to see it from the outside perspective of everything going on. It's going to show a lot of stuff that's not mentioned in this report. They hide it all. They, like, even the report where he says that I was circling with my arms out. They weren't straight out. They were out like this, like how you get arrested. They were out like this, right? And this level is kind of taller than a lot of people too. Like while I'm going like this, it's you know, a lot of people are under my arms for how tall I am, and I was spinning, and I even had to lift my arm to stop somebody from getting hit. That's how close they were. They would not leave me alone. They would not back off. And that's why that statement's there, in my opinion. The reason why that statement is there is because where they say that I was getting assaulted no matter what, or it might escalate to Toomey assaulting somebody. I think that statement's there for that. Because if I didn't move my arm, that guy would have took an elbow. He would have took one of these elbows right to his face, right? If I didn't lift my arm, right? It's not a small elbow, right? That elbow could do some damage, bro, and you're literally right in front of it. Putting yourself there, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to hit nobody. Even when I spun around, bro, I disengaged. And lifted my arm just to make sure he would never get hit. And that's the truth. It was more than one person, too. Alright, but anyway, what's next? Alright, so we have May 20th, City Hall, 320 Esplanade, City, Cape Breton, Mike Toomey, arrest. As per request made at the police station, Constable Mitchell Ellsworth. Our Freedom for Nova Scotia United Fringe Family Gathering event, they will have 4 police officers present for the rally. 4 officers present for the rally. You have a right to protest. You don't have the right to rally. Our group was setting up at 11 a.m. in front of City Hall to be ready for the 12 p.m. start time. Mike Toomey showed up. It was just standing in one spot for a time. I called 911. Oh my God, Mike Toomey's there. He's standing there. Call 911. As per Constable, call McLeod's direction according to our case file. And take video. That was done. 2 police officers arrived promptly. They said until he does something, nothing can be done to have him removed. But they were there, even though we couldn't see them, and their presence was there, and they would be watching. They're there! But they won't get out of the car, and they won't come down and stand next to the people that are talking so much shit in those videos, eh? They don't want to come down and do any of that. They want to stand there from a distance so they can't hear them. Oh, look how crazy that guy is. Yeah. Our group was setting up at 11 a.m. in front of City Hall to be ready for the 12 p.m. start time. Mike Toomey showed up. It was just standing in one spot for a time. Oh, I read that. That was done. 2 police officers arrived promptly. Okay, so Toomey would tell anyone passing by about how I want to hang healthcare workers. Did I really? Is that in the videos? And terrible things of this nature, continuing to defame me. Mike Toomey then got brave and started getting into people's personal spaces. I was getting in their personal spaces. The only person I approached was, I do believe, the person at the barbecue, right? That was Kevin Nicholson and his wife, right? But they were asking me questions in the video. You can hear them. Mike, why are you like this? Mike, why are you upset? Mike, just tell us why you're upset, bro. And I was like, okay, I'll tell you. And I started coming in and tell them. And then as soon as I tried to come in and tell them, she ran in. Get out of here! You're in their space! It's all on video. Mike Toomey then got brave and started getting... he continued to be in people's spaces until he elbowed me, which I perceived as an assault. Yeah, I just walked up and stood next to her, eh? No. In the video, she was chasing me around everywhere I went. He continued to be in people's space, blah, 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 blah. I perceived as assault. He also was witnessed grabbing a sign from a lady's hands and tossing it to the ground. A lady's hands! Jeff Evely is already on the stand stating that I threw a man's sign, and it was a Cape Breton, it wasn't a sign, it was a Cape Breton flag. Jeff Evely has already stated it's a Cape Breton flag, and I grabbed it from a guy's hand and threw it. Now she's got a statement here saying it's a lady. Which one is it, guys? Which one is it? Hey? You know what I mean? Like, you got your story straight yet? Like, I didn't even read this yet, bro. Like, it wasn't long after that incident that a person at the rally called 911. A short time afterwards, a police squad car arrived, and several police did show up and arrested Mike Toomey for disturbing the peace. According to that day, though, according to Freedom Nova Scotia Morgan Dipshit Guptill of Queen of Diagolon, according to that dipshit, I was arrested for assault on freedom lovers. But this one here clearly states, well, and even on Facebook, like leading up until the peace bond day of the court day, even everything leading up to that on Facebook, they're all saying it. It was all in the scanner confession groups that I was arrested for assault on people. I was assaulting women and all kinds of stuff, right? They're all saying this shit all over the place, right? Fucking never happened. Fucking never happened, dude. They tried to fabricate it for sure. And you wonder what? When they tried to fabricate it, I disengaged again. It's all on video. That's why they're afraid to show the video. Because while they were trying to get their video, I walked away. Like when they were like, oh, you're fucking blah, 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 old women. I turned and left. Right? Because there's no ego. In that video, I never stand with ego. I always walk away. I always give them what they want. Even like they're coming up going blah, 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 and I fucking walk away. I give them their space. I let them have it. I don't take it on them. I'm always disengaging every time. He continued, but according to this, it was me approaching them the whole time. Oh man, I can't wait to get that Freedom of Information Act footage, bro. I can't wait to play that for you on stream. You can see it. You can see them all. Like the camera points at the whole entrance of the Civic Center, and you're gonna be able to see every one of them and what they were doing. And I'll be able to describe it to you in real time as we're going through it. There's no audio. But now you've already heard the audio on those other videos, right? But now we get to see, like, from the broad view, what was everybody doing? Like, while this one person was doing this, what was the guy doing over here? What was the girl doing over here? You know what I mean? Was the guy holding the flag and trying to swing it at him? Stuff like that. What happened there? You know, like, it's going to be fucking... Can't wait to get it, bro. Can't wait. You definitely elbowed the lady. Do you not see the brain damage you caused? Do you think anyone would believe this otherwise? Damn it, DTA. I hope the judge doesn't listen to you, bro. Your play on words has been noted. Monday, May 29th, peace bond summons was delivered to CBR police station and given to Sergeant Sean McLean, unsure of name, but he was one of the arresting officers who put the handcuffs on Mike Toomey, who assured me that he would serve Mike Toomey. So I never got served until June the 2nd. June the 2nd. And the sergeant came down a private road to serve me, right? And he was all like huffing and puffing. Like my woman was with me, bro. She was with me too. And even she was like, why are you like this? He's the good guy. And you're just, what's wrong with you? It's because like, it's almost like, because I'm a man, because I'm a big man, I could take it. Fuck it. But if I was a little woman, what would they be doing? They'd be throwing those people in jail, right? Like, without a fucking doubt, if I was a little chick walking around getting fucking attacked like that by grown men and other women chasing me around, throwing their cameras in their faces, pushing me around, and all that kind of shit, saying shit like that, using their mics to call them PDF files and all that crap, right? If you're doing that to any woman, what would the police do? Huh? Well, you tell me. We know what they fucking do. Even if, like, what if you're just like a little old man, 4'10", little old man, frail man with a cane, and they were doing that to a guy like that? what would they do? Right? But because it's Mike Toomey, 6'9" Mike Toomey, well, you know, he doesn't have the rights like everybody else. He's a giant. If people want to touch him, he has to take it. If he says, don't touch me, they're allowed to still touch him. Right? Like stuff like that, right? Because he's just a big guy. Like, so it's whatever. It's a stereotype, bro. People have a stereotype. They really do. Just like they judge books by their covers. And that's why you're wearing a mask and shit like that, and you walk around and you don't answer stupid questions and shit like that, and they let them make that book. Because they all do it. They all paint a picture of you. They all paint that fucking, they all have that same stroke with that brush. They're all the same that way. Yeah. Like, just like yesterday, you've seen it, right? I started a stream, and I said I'm going to put a mask on to deliberately show you what people are like, right? And what happened? You got to see what people are like. There's always one of those people, no matter where you go now. This is a small town, but this is like across the whole country. It's everywhere now. It's like that all over the place. Like, you imagine, like, you're walking by and you're wearing a mask, and then you got that guy heckling you, telling you that you're a coward. He wants to spit in your face and shit like that just because you're wearing a mask, right? That's what they do, man. They're brain broke, bro. Then there's something that seriously needs to be done about that shit. All right, so what do we got here? Let me see. Let me line it up. Okay, here we go. Say no to Action for Canada, fascism, and CBRM. Say no to Darlene LeBlanc. In any church in Action for Canada have been working to spread racism, homophobia, and fascist conspiracies, threatening healthcare workers, spouting pro-Russia bullshit, denying residential school children's deaths, spreading anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. It looks like it's got all their like worldwide rally posters and pictures and shit, right? We are ready. That was their May the 20th rally stuff. So in the U.S., since they are normally made false police reports, that's a crime. Any chance you can turn this around on them after it's dropped? El Capitan. We're not talking about my defense, bro. We're only showing you what's been presented to the court so far. She has closed her case. These are all her exhibits that she presented, stating that I'm a violent individual that should be restricted of movements, right? This is all her stuff that she submitted. So on August the 8th, I get to go back and present my defense because there wasn't enough time. She used up like 3.5 hours on her stuff. We were 3 hours and 10 minutes in, and the judge told them that with 3 witnesses and all these documents that we're reading right now, there wasn't a single piece of evidence to justify a peace bond. And she was about to hit the stand finally. So all 3 of her witnesses that she had were useless. I cross-examined them, and I just got them to say things on the record that I needed them to say. They didn't understand what some of the questions meant. Even the judge was like, where are you going with this, Mike? I was like, it's all going to make sense. Like, we're going to wrap it up, and I would wrap it up with a final question and bring it around, and then you'd be like, okay, you write something down or whatever, right? But it's like, that's all I did. Because none of the shit that they fucking presented proves anything about me being a violent person at all. That's some bullshit. Same shit happened with Johnny Depp. It's ridiculous. What is the world coming to? Well, no, Johnny Depp was a totally different thing. Domestic violence situation. This is not domestic violence situation, clearly. This is a rally, she calls it. Not even a protest. It's a rally, right? A non-permitted rally with no liability insurance. That's what it is. But here's a sign. We just read the sign, right? This is her exhibit. She submitted this to the courts as well. At this point, I remember this because at this point the judge was just like, you can see on his face he's just like looking around. There's even times where he would pause things and he would just look directly at me. And like it's kind of like we had a moment, you know, like he's like, you fucking deal with these people, you know, you know what I mean, right? Like we're having those, because they would say something and do something that's clearly perjurous and malicious on the stand, like they're literally just being malicious on the stand in front of him, right? And he's catching it. He's catching all this shit. I don't even have to really point a lot out to him. He's catching himself. He's stopping them himself, right? He was even lecturing them most of the time. Like when we got to this point, he was lecturing them. He was like, "Oh yeah, our eyes met many times." Yeah, even outside the building when he was coming in. He's coming in. I was like, "Hey, Your Honor Sampson." Like I recognized him, right? And even he said in the court, on open record, he said, "You walk up to Mike Toomey, and you're intimidated, no matter what. Look at the guy. Like he's a monster. But it doesn't mean he's a man that needs to be restricted of movement or that he's a violent, aggressive man. He's just a big man. And you can't treat him like he's some kind of like fucking like pariah demon that's going to like come into your house at night unless you actually have proof of this shit, right? Like by the end of it too, he said the only person that even had remotely anything that was even remotely worthwhile was Lowell Shore. Lowell Shore went on the stand and he said to him that he was out in front of his house one day and a car pulled up. He didn't know who it was. He said he didn't really know me that well either because he's only ever seen me at rallies wearing a mask and stuff like that. He's never really met me before, right? And something along those lines, like I'm kind of like loosely paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he's saying because like the judge caught on a couple things with his testimony too, like all on his own. He tripped up himself, right? But he was going on how like he never really seen me before, and then all of a sudden a car pulls up. He comes down towards the car. He's got bad eye vision or whatever, right? And he didn't really know who it was. As he gets closer, he said the guy was in a mask, right? And then the judge was like, well, how do I know it was Mike Toomey then, if he's in a mask? You said you never really seen the guy before, because I'm in court without a mask right now, right? He's like, how do I know it was Mike Toomey? Like, if he's wearing a mask, he's only ever seen him with a mask on, right? And fucking Lowell didn't know what to say. Like, he was tripping up on it. And like he started to give his testimony again. And the judge was even like, again, he's like, well, yeah, but you still, like, you already said you never seen him without a mask before. So how do you know it was Mike Toomey? Then Lowell was like, oh, I recognize the voice. The voice was a very specific voice. He's like, and plus, like, he's a big man. Like, even in a car, he's a big man. So I could easily tell it was him once I got close enough or whatever, right? That's what he said. And fucking, he said that something about I now know where you live or something along those lines. Like, we have to get the transcripts. Because, like, during the time I was writing down, we can go over the notes, actually, for Lowell Shore, right? We can go over the notes, but during the time he was saying that, you know, I pulled up, I was like, oh, I now know where you live, and he was scared, because the big man, he's scared of the big man, right? He even said, like, I'm scared, he's a big man, right? And he was going on about that, so that was his testimony, and I cross-examined him, right? And even in cross-examination, what I made the judge see was that Lowell wasn't really scared. In the end, Lowell, like in the beginning, Lowell was snapping at me. Yeah. Right? You're scared of me. You don't do that. Right? You're not supposed to be popping off in front of the judge like you're king shit, like talking over the guy you're scared of and stuff like that, right? And he did it with an angry face. He got a little heated and everything. You want to know why? Because I said during your testimony, Lowell, you said that I was wearing a mask all the time, right? He's like, yes. I was like, can you tell the court what type of mask it was? Because you never stated. He's like, I don't know. It was like a surgical mask or something like that, right? I was like, Lowell, was there any reason in the last 2 or 3 years to be wearing a surgical mask outside? He said, not that I could think of. He started getting up, why would you even want to wear a mask in the last 2 years? Like, who needs a mask? Right? Like something like that. In front of the judge. That was the very beginning of my cross-examination. And it was almost like that whole thing of him being like, this one. And even the judge said, though, the only person that really had a solid reason to get a peace bond was Lowell. Because Lowell seen me out in front of his house, so Lowell was worried, right? So he's like, but Lowell's not, this isn't an application for Lowell. So maybe now Lowell's going to put an application in? I don't even know. But the thing is, though, I haven't presented my defense on Lowell. That's coming up on August the 8th. So we're not going to do that early. That's for the judge. And then after that, I'll tell you what it is, right? But I'll tell you what I asked Lowell in the cross-examination, though. That I kind of, like, set it up, right? Like a Babe Ruth type of thing. So I can kind of lead it up to that if you want. But I asked Lowell. I asked him if he knew. Well, I said, Lowell, is it correct? Because that the CBRM forward thing he mentioned too, that I came up to him and said Bellard Trail, and the Bellard Trail is off Cottage Road, where Lowell's situated, somewhere around Cottage Road, right? So it's off there. So the Bellard Trail is a trail that you walk, right? Tons of people walk it. It's a very popular trail. It was actually a trail in the newspaper because one of their own freedom doctor idiots, Chris Milburn, went on podcasts and shit like that with Veterans for Freedom and the Veterans for Idiots and Tom Marazzo and Jeremy and all. He loves them all, right? that guy, was talking shit about the Bel Air Trail because they were putting up like flood dams to stop the floods from coming in, because we had a flood like, was it 6 years ago, 7 years ago, or 8 years ago, something like that. Or no, it was like 9 years ago now. I think it was 2014. Yeah, I think it was 9 years ago. And the flood caused a bunch of shit downtown, right? So he was bitching about them putting up flood stuff to stop it, because they had to tear part of the trail down to put the flood stuff up, and then they were going to build more trail in around the flood stuff too, right? But he's all mad about it because he's a big baby biker or whatever, right? But it's funny how it all connects. But anyway, let's move on. Alright, so we got Say No to Action for Canada Fascism and CBR. We already read that, right? So again, what does this have to do with Mike Toby being violent? May 20th, City Hall, Cape Breton, 12 p.m. Front. You are invited to attend the annual United Fringe Family Gathering. Okay, so as you can see here, now you'll get the context of what's going on. So these are Darlene's posters, right? I guess these are posters that were replaced Darlene's posters. I wonder who did that. They look awfully identical, don't they? Just the words are different? Damn. Whoever did that's fucking clever, man. That's pretty fucking clever. Whoever came up with that shit, they're a smart person. I'd buy them a beer. So basically they were like probably like walking around all week next to their signs, and then you realize it wasn't even their signs, taking pictures with them. That's hilarious. May 17th, George Street poster defaming me. Oh, that's kind of ironic. Say no to Haneni. Say no to Darlene LeBlanc. That looks like a very pixelated picture. That looks like a very pixelated picture as well too. She tried to submit this in court, like the pictures or whatever, but she didn't have enough copies for some reason. Once again, even weeks later after being told she had to have 3 copies of everything, she was on the stand freaking out during her own testimony. Didn't even have 3 copies of this. Say no to residential school mass grave denial. Say no to anti-Semitism. Say no to conspiracy theories. Say no to pro-Putin speeches. Say no to queerphobia. Say no to Islamophobia. Just say no. That's defamation. How dare you? Like what? May 17th found several of these modified versions of her event flyer. Original from Facebook, modified version on a tree. Oh, so they found them. That was modified. Good for them. I'm glad that they found them. So, what does that have to do with the question of the day again? I don't know. Is there any proof that Mike 2 even put up these posters? Is there any proof that he put up any of these posters at all? No. No. Can't be at Cindy all the time. We don't know who did it. What? Alright, what's this? Oh! Oh! Now this... Okay, so we're almost there now. There's two more exhibits. This is where it, oh, this ties it up right here. This one right here. Okay, we talked about this a little bit too before, but we get this is the next one though. But this was submitted as well. And I remember objecting during this time too, or not even objecting. I didn't object because I wanted the submission. I wanted to see what she was trying to submit, right? But I did speak up, and the judge let me speak up. He let me interject. And I said, if we look at this, clearly she's made this herself. It doesn't have the actual direct messages in it. It just has her version of a direct message in it. She's compiled a face of a man in hospital outfit, probably during a vulnerable situation or some shit, right? Probably, maybe he's just happy to be alive that fucking day. Who knows, right? Well, it looks like he's in the hospital. She put that up there. Showed his location, showed some of his previous work information, gave his full name, all that kind of stuff, right? And she literally compiled this shared it with her own group, obviously. Like, they had, like, what, 20 people in the courtroom, where the fuck it was. They're all in there crying, wah, 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 the whole time while the judge is, like, trying to tell them how the world works. Right? Fucking... But yeah, like, I was like, hey, man, she made this herself. Like, look at this. So, first of all, there's a couple questions, right? Why? If she perceives this as a threat. She even, like, in the end with the judge, she said she perceived this message as a threat, even though she doesn't even show the actual direct message. But the judge entertained her, and the judge read the message anyway, even though she claimed, like, even though it's this way, you know. Freedom in this territory is not yours to save. Like look at the message. Get off your high horse. Mi'kmaq representing Mi'kmaq territory and surroundings. You'll be intercepted by all agencies here, and we'll show our faces to you. May 20th Civic Center. Mi'kmaq against Hineni group. You will not win. Right? So, what's the threat? She perceived it as a threat. Somebody's saying no. Get off the fucking property with your rallies. You white settling fuck. You know what I mean? That's pretty much all they're saying. Like, you're a settler. Get off the property. You're not standing for freedom at all. Right? Like, that's literally what it says. In my opinion, that's my interpretation of it, right? If she's claiming it's from an indigenous person, right? That's what I'm taking from it. But the whole point is, though, is that she compiled all this private information for the courts. She compiled all the information for her hate groups, or whatever you want to call them, the fucking morons, the moron group, the dipshit group, right? And they blasted him in provincial public court. I even said too, I was like, if she perceived this as a threat, why was the peace spawned against me and not him? That doesn't even make sense, right? Not that I want her to go and get a peace spawn against Lewis. You know what I mean? Like, at all. But it begs the question. If she's scared of Lewis, why was the peace bomb for me? Like, I objected with that too. And, like, I referenced the fact that if she compiled all this together herself, that is a Kiwi farming... Like, it represents somebody that acts like Kiwi farmers, where they compile the personal information and share it with their groups and say, look at that person, this person's a fucking threat, and then they're going to fuck with that person, right? Kind of like what this is. It's like, you're putting him in there, you're fucking with him, right? Just because he said no to you. He said no to you, so now you got to fuck with him. You got to share that with your groups to harass him and shit like that, right? That's what that is to me. That's a not that it's an actual Kiwi farm pose, but it's like the same mentality of them type of people, right? And it's literally all right on display right there, right? As an exhibit. But anyway, the judge even asked her, he's like, where's Mike Toomey on this? What does this have to do with Mike Toomey? Right? I gotta see the next page first, hold on. Gotta make sure it's okay. I want to make sure that, like, his full name's not in here or anything like that, right? Just 1 second. Okay, so she's basically saying that on May the 15th, let's just bring it up here, there's no personal stuff in there, I don't think. Okay, so she's basically saying this. As per phone conversation July 10th, Constable Ellsworth, oh, more calls to the cops, right? Constable Ellsworth cannot testify unless he has been subpoenaed for any civil matters. Therefore, he sent me an email with the file number where I had submitted the information for the harassment file. His email is as follows. Hi, Darlene. The file number for the reported incident when you spoke on May the 15th. This was when you had requested police presence at a protest scheduled at City Hall between 12 to 4 p.m. The file number for your Constable Class incident of your harassment complaint is... Thank you. Alright, so... Oh, that wasn't her number earlier. That was the cop's number, I guess. Never mind. I think that was the cop's number earlier. I can't remember. I'm not going back. But, okay, so this is May the 15th. So, this was the catalyst. Her doxing Lewis to her group, because Lewis didn't like her rally, was the catalyst to call the cops to demand a police presence because there's a danger on the way. There's a threat coming to the rally. Right? That's what they used. That's why they were there. That's why they were there, to pin a threat on me. To pin me as a threat. Like, they were there to do that because of this call. They're like, the threat's coming. Like, it's all set up, right? It's all set up in fucking advance. Like, bam. This is why the cops are alerted. This is why they're on guard for the... And it wasn't even a call about me. It's a call where she says, oh, that guy would only be doing that because of Mike Toomey. Has to be him. Here, let me see the next one. I gotta make sure his name's on the next one either. Hold on. No. That's it. She just talked about the rest then in court. Yeah, there's nothing else in here about anything personal. It's literally the same email again, and it has a disclaimer at the bottom. I don't even know why. Alright. Yeah, we already read the potato. Oh, and now we got the sticky notes. These are my shitty sticky notes, bro. August 9th is another Wednesday. I'll be off work again. Oh, there you go. Enjoy that day. Here, 1 second. Alright. These are my sticky. I don't think there's anything... There we go. So this is what I wrote down during their testimonies, right? As like a jog of memory, so to speak. I was trying to write fast, so don't even try to say it's not neat. I don't give a fuck. I think I spelled his name right the first time, and I fucking crossed it like as like, yeah, whatever, bro. Right? Affirm. That's right. I wrote down how they affirm themselves. No Bible for Jeff Easley. He took affirmation. I think everybody else used the Bible. May 20th, 2023. Woman holding a flag. Okay, so he did say it was a woman holding the flag. Alright, interesting. Flag thrown. Cape Breton flag thrown. He says Cape Breton flag thrown. Enter Jeff's space. Top video. So that was how I was saying that as a question mark because that was my cross-examination. Let's show that, right? Shows up and intimidates people 12 months, 15 months, knocked over signs. So Jeff says that he was part of these rallies 15 months earlier, and that I was knocking over signs at those rallies. It's interesting. I made sure to get him to clarify that too, because I was very interested in what he thought the dates were. What's up, Lee boys? You can watch on playback, bro. It'll wrap it all up for you. Alright. It's good to see you, man. Drive safe, dude. Drive safe. But yeah, it was very interesting to me how he said 15 months. January 7th, 2023. Chud's Hate Church. Oh, wait, now, hold on. I think Jeff's was just a one-pager. Let me just be sure. Yeah, okay. Jeff was just a one-page. Because there wasn't much really to destroy Jeff's testimony. Alright, Darlene LeBlanc. Bible. She swore in the Bible. That means something to me. That means something to them. That means something to them big time. They're going to actually put their hand on a Bible and say it's true. That means if you're lying, what happens? What happens when you put your hand on a Bible, say something's true, and you make up a bunch of bullshit? What happens to you? According to their faith, what happens? Oh. One second. All right. You meet Purgatory in MCOC? So July 30th, 2022, Wentworth Park. She mentioned something about Wentworth Park, and that was that's going to be important. Actually, when I do my defense, but you'll see. When we go through it, you'll see. August 2nd, 2021. Now, after we do these sticky notes, I'm going to show you my P-Spawn file that I submitted as an affidavit to the courts for permanent court record. Like, bam! It's going in there, right? August 2nd, 2021. Potato. No something. No proof. Yeah, there we go. Spuds for Chuds love Antifa. January 7th, 2023, Chuds and Hate Church. So she's just talking about how we call her Chuds. May 10th, 2023, Kiwi Farms, I'm doing it. That's why I like even bring up the Lewis thing too, right? Like this is right there. Jennifer McDonald. She bring up Jennifer McDonald, which was the March for Healthcare, which I thought was interesting because Jennifer McDonald kept on stating publicly that she didn't want any of the drama that's associated with their groups and stuff like that, right? Jump to May 20th, 2023. Then she does the harassment reports February the 12th. I even bring up too, like I want to know how many times she called the cops. Like I really want to know if she even knew herself how many times she called the cops. It's very interesting to me, right? Like how many phone calls are you and your followers making all the time? How many is it? How much funds are these cops getting by these phone calls? Guys, we need more workers. There's so many phone calls coming in from Darlene LeBlanc's Free Nova Scotia group. We need more funding. We need more funding, guys. We can't just stop the non-permitted rallies at the Civic Center. We just can't stop that. We have to get more funding to keep defending it. These non-permitted, non-liable rallies should continue so we can get more funding to handle all these phone calls, man. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Anyway. Alright, what's next? Lowell Shore, Bible. Swore in the Bible as well. Duly noted, no, Lowell. You know your faith, bro. Clay Spade, May 11th, 2023, Sidport. So you bring up the whole Sidport CBRM forward thing because you bring up the Bel Air Trail. Lies about mask and seeing me. That's for later. Trail walk. Intimidated by size. He stated this on the stand too. That he's mainly intimidated by size, right? The size of Mike Toomey, right? And I asked him on the stand. I was like, whoa! If a 6'5" dude came around the corner, so you'd be terrified, right? No matter who it is. Because he's 6'5". And Lowell was like, no, just you. Only you. I'm only afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anybody else. But his whole testimony is about my size. How I'm such a big guy. And that's what scares him. Yeah, I made sure to bring that up in cross-examination. And I got him to fucking show his true colors on the stand easily with that one. May 31st, 2023. Cottage Road. That's what he brings up. Name is spelled. Cops called 3 days later. Yeah, he called the cops himself 3 days later after the fucking fact. Yeah, why did he get a peace bond himself? Good question. Mask in car. Was there a mask on in the car? Police calls. 11th and the 31st. More than me. Says it's me, but does not know it's me. Globalism pictures. Even in my cross-examination, I asked if he knew that my girlfriend was Ukrainian and Jewish. I asked if he knew what the word globalism meant. Although Vince Penny, I asked if he knew what the word globalism meant. So they all got to hear it in the trial, right? Like they all got to, or the presentation or whatever, they all got to hear it. Alright, so this is Vince Penny. There's a bit on Vince Penny, eh? I wrote down a few for him. Vince Penny swore on the Bible. Duly noted, Vince. You know what that means, bro. Beginning of the movement. I was around since the beginning of the movement. When was that? When was the beginning of the movement? In my cross-examination of Vince Penny, I bring that up to him because he's the one that stated that I was around. And I asked him if he was around for the Yellow Vest movement. And he was like, Yellow Jackets? Like, he was trying to make jokes in the stand. He was smiling and giggling. The crowd in the back, his fans, were all smiling and smirking. And the judge was watching. Right? Even the sheriffs were like getting annoyed. Right? But yeah, I asked him, was he around for the Yellow Vest stuff? He said no. I was like, okay, interesting. Because, you know, like, Yellow Vest movement is 2019. He says I've been around since the beginning of the movement. Was I? Where was I in 2019? Church movement. Vince Penny also mentioned this on the stand in front of the judge, that they are a church movement. I bring this up in cross-examination as well too. I wanted him to clarify this church movement. Hineni, Freedom for Nova Scotia, right? The group, them, us, we. May 15, 2021 rally. Publicly advertised on Facebook. 15 in group. That day, I was troublesome. I guess May 15th, 2021, I showed up. And I was troublesome at the rally right away. Just by showing up. Vince number 2. International students, Hineni. No Darlene LeBlanc. So he started this whole thing. August 8th, you get to call back any of our witnesses just based off of... No. We did the cross-examination as the witnesses are on the stand. The judge just notes every one of the questions and what's being questioned, right? He just writes it down, the key points. Like he's listening, and the clerk's going, right? But when I present my defense, we don't call back any witnesses. Like, I even finished my witness the last day, like the July 11th. He didn't believe me, but we'll get to that. He didn't believe me that I could, but I did. They couldn't handle Melanie on the stand, bro. Like, Melanie was like, whoo! The questions for her, and the things she's got to say. Darlene had no questions for Melanie. None. Not zero. That's why I even told the judge, I was like, I'll be able to finish. Because in the end, she had no questions. Alright, so. International students in any. No Darlene LeBlanc. I even objected as he started bringing up this whole international students thing. I was like, was Darlene LeBlanc there? Was she there? Where's Darlene LeBlanc? He wasn't. He said that she wasn't there. I was like, well, then why are we talking about it then? And the judge just was like, yeah, let's move on. Let's go. Like, what's this about, right? May 6th, 2023, agitated the followers. I guess I agitated the followers of the group. The whole group was agitated by me. Video 1, Vince, May 6th, 2023, sitting on signs. So they played a video where I walk up, I sit on some signs. And I was like, oh, I gotta sit down, relax, bam, and I sit down on a sign, right? And they were mad that I sat on the sign or whatever, right? And as I sat on the sign, I threw a couple of the no signs. They had no signs in my hand, and I was like, ah! A couple of them fell over, right? Oh my god. And they were mad about those signs, bro. That one time that I showed up. One time. And just sat on a sign. At a non-permitted rally on public property with no liability insurance. No paperwork. And I sat on a public piece of concrete. And just because one of their signs was in the way, well then, that's damage to their property, right? Even the judge did bring up though. He said, if you did have anything, you could probably say he damaged your signs, like it's damaged your property or whatever, right? And I said, objection, Your Honor. Does the sign have a human right over me on public property when it's not even permitted to be there? Right? And then he's just like, well, I don't want to get into that right now. Right? But I'm just saying, you know, like you sat on a sign or whatever, right? I was like, okay. I was like, well, I'm pretty sure I have more rights than that sign. Right? Yeah. But he did make a note, though, that they can come at me for their sign, I guess. Like, their one nose sign that I might have sat on or something. Alright, what else is here? Feeding information to them. Oh yeah, feeding information to them. That was talking about how they're feeding information to the groups. So it's not Vince Penny alone or whatever, right? It's Darlene LeBlanc and the whole group of them. Like it's not just a peace bond for just Darlene LeBlanc or whatever, right? Nova Scotia nurses march for healthcare. So he brought up the Nova Scotia nurses, and I cross-examined him on this as well too. I said, was this involving the Nova Scotia Nurses Union? And he's like, no, this is involving the Nova Scotia nurses. And I was like, is that the Nurses Union, like the official Nova Scotia Nurses Health Union? Is that the official one? They're the ones that are behind this little march that you're doing, right? And he's just like, no, it's the other nurses that deserve to be marched for, or something like that, right? And the judges is like, right? You know, because it wasn't even for nurses. The nurses aren't on their side. That's the whole point, right? Like, if you go to the nurses union is like, fuck them. You know, like, that's the truth. They don't want to admit it. Bro. Their own nurses union's like, fuck them. And they don't want to admit it. Like, the nurses union voted for themselves, you know what I mean? Like, I can't believe how daft they are, bro. Vince stayed back, because he's talking about the signs, belongs to Freedom Nova Scotia. Oh yeah, he said that all the signs belong to Freedom Nova Scotia, right? So maybe I'm going to get sued by Freedom Nova Scotia. May 20, 2023. Not anti-government at all. Yeah, he said that the group is not anti-government at all. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit, bro. Spoke to Mike, I guess, so he approached me to speak to me, right? Trying to stop aggression to Freedom Nova Scotia. So he's just trying to stop me from being so mean to Freedom Nova Scotia. And Veterans for Freedom and whoever else he was talking about, all these groups. All these friends that they have. Is that the last sticky note? Yeah, it is. Alright. Sweet. And this is the final thing. There we go. I let them have this, bro. I let them have this in advance. Right? Like, I didn't even have to submit it by the end of the court that day. Like, I got Melanie on the stand. We talked about how Vince was connected to the group. She talked about how they were there at the table next to the kids' playground trying to lure kids over to their anti-pride rhetoric that's on the tables there, right? And actually, we can play the videos because since I got Melanie up there and Melanie's done with her testimony, we can actually show it, right? So let's show we showed the courts here. I don't know if I have that. Do I have it here? Yeah, I think I do. 1 second. So we basically went through this here. We'll go display. Let's show anything else of them. There we go. That there. So on August 6, 2022, poser group perspective, drag performer reading book, Vince Antifa in disguise, Vince Antifa in disguise, LOL, Vincent and Tifa in disguise at LOL toy table, front and back. Okay, so we went through this with Melanie's testimony, and I only had like, I think it was like 15 minutes or something like that, and we just went through the whole breakdown, and it even like he was asking questions to her too, right? And while he's asking her questions, they're in the back giggling and laughing at the things she's saying, right? Laughing at things out loud, and he's just like, hey, no, just focus on me, because she even brought up, she's like, why are they over there laughing like that, like blah blah blah. And he's like, just focus on me and ignore them or whatever, right? And then the sheriff's like, you know, like, yeah, it was like, they pray and love it. You'd fall down some stairs and break your neck. Yeah, probably, eh? Exactly. That's, they would cheer, right? They'd be like, oh, we were praying, and he fell down and broke his neck. Yay! All right, so let's see what this is here. Okay, so this is the link. So this is the way I submitted it, right? So we got the link. This is a live link. You can click it, and you don't even have to be logged into Facebook. It'll show you this shit, right? I don't know if I can zoom in right here or not. It says, video of those who oppose our group for being there, August the 5th, drag story time. Is there a zoom button here? Yeah, there is, right? Somewhere. Doesn't matter, though. I just read it. But yeah. So it just shows, like, where the stuff is coming from. Without you have to log in. Like, that's the way we did it. Or I did it. And some people that were helping me. right? And then we got here. Oh, it's bigger there. There we go. That's a bigger one. So first we got the doc that has the link and the picture. Then we got the picture that shows it bigger like this. And you can kind of see where it's like a video over here. And then we got the actual video. Oh, you need Kodak to play this item? No, I don't. Not now. I'm just gonna play through. I'll play through VLC. Just 1 second. Play through VLC. Open with VLC.
This is where we turn the kids gay? I mean, really? And you so like you love. Go home, right? Go home. Your adult entertainment. Listen. Did you take your child to Peppa Pig, or did you take your grandkids to Barney to watch people entertain children? I do take my
Okay. This makes me want to go back to the YMCA and find out who approved that. So this is last year, August 6, 2022 is posted, right? But this is August the 5th, I do believe, when it happened. Do you see the kids in the back here along that line? Here, I'll get my mouse. See this? Right here? See these? I know it's like it's awkward because it's angled, but you see the lineup of kids right here? Right? Now let's rewind and try to listen to what you can hear.
Oh, wait. See this? Is this like a nightclub? They're sick.
Love is love. Love is love. Love is love. Love is love, right? Did those kids sign like a... Did their parents sign like a parental waiver to go chant things at drag protesters? Where the drag protester knew to pan his camera where they were in a lineup to get them in their little video? Who approved that? Whose kids are they? This makes me have questions, bro. What parent signed some kind of parental slip to do that? Anyway.
Are they dancing?
For context, I was there that day. And I was there that day with my girlfriend and her 2 kids. We were in the park with a blanket and everything, just chilling out, right? And when they showed up, it was Defamation and all them walking by for Action for Canada, right? Now I yelled out, I was like, "Hey Dan, where's your ambulance outfit?" Because he cosplays as an ambulance driver when he goes to Halifax and does anti-vax speeches, right? That's what he does. He throws on the ambulance outfit to do his anti-vax speech. I was like calling him out for it. When I did that, he stopped and he looked for a while. And I remember because my girlfriend was sitting there with us and she was just noticing too, right? But yeah, nothing happened. They didn't try any of this. It's like everything was on hold until I left. So when I left, that's when this happened. So I went to bring the girlfriend and the kids to the car, and I left the scene after everything was already done. Blah blah blah. You know, like it's pretty much the end of the event. And I told her, I was like, "Yeah, I'm going back." It's weird, eh? Like how I just knew to go back. Like almost like they're up to something, right? And they were just too afraid to do it while I was there.
Are they doing all this? The majority of pedophiles are white, heterosexual men. That's a fact. A fact. You're crazy. Go home. If you don't like it, don't be here. But why hate on other people? You're disgusting. And you're all so loud behind your... You're so loud behind your computers. But what about right now? What do you have to say about yourself right now? Huh? Go home is right. All of you. Go home. Nobody's grooming anybody. I want morals. Grooming like the priests in your religion? Is that how they're grooming? Exactly. Is that how they're grooming? Like the priests in your religion? But thankfully our group is so much bigger than these people's group. Have a look at what? These are grooming what? To grow up being proud of yourself and who you are and loving people. Whoa! Doesn't that give you a clue? A clue? Oh, you're full of shit. What's that?
I hope you guys can realize that all this shit is literally 5 feet from a toddler's playground, where toddlers go in Wentworth Park, and none of these people came with any kids, but they came with some free toys for kids.
I will fight everything I will say and do everything I have to fight this hatred. None of you will ever win over us, ever. Love wins over hate every day. Every day. And we will not be quieted by you, ever. Tell me what? Am I part of this? No. But she's not telling people. I'm not telling you. She's not hating people. No, I'm just... I think it's a nice shirt. Thank you. I think that's good.
You're not saying that you're one thing you don't sexualize kids, but then you wear something
Yeah, you don't sexualize kids and then you look at my outfit. Why are you looking at my body?
That's nasty.
Why are you looking at my body? I don't care about your body or you. You clearly care about what I'm wearing. No, she does. She cares about... She did not look at you. Don't look at her outfit. You look at me and go, look at her outfit. You didn't say shit about my outfit. Listen, girl. You said something about my outfit. Not him. Yeah, I know. It's meant to... That's why I thought, walk the fuck away. Goddamn.
So I only played a portion of this. Here, hold on. I only played a portion of this. I played,
Being proud of your... Whoa! Does
Right here.
that give you a clue? A clue?
somewhere around here.
Oh, you're full of shit. Drag queen.
started it around here.
Every day, and we will not be quieted by you, ever. Tell me what? No, he's saying that I'm shoulders. You're a bunch of losers. Am I part of it?
That was it. And I asked Melanie on the stand. I was like, Melanie, who came in and calmed you down? And she looked over and she said, you did, Mike. You always calm us down. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. I remember the judge stopped too. And he got her to restate the evidence and everything. Fuck, man, these fucking people, bro. They did that shit all on purpose, bro. They brought kids into that shit, dude. That's my opinion. Like, I can't prove it. I can't prove that they lined those kids up, right? But I do know that was the YMCA Y campers. I do know that for a fact. And I reached out to them. I reached out to those people. And they didn't like hearing from me. I had questions. Like, I wanted to know, like, did the parents sign waivers to go counter-protest, drag protest? Like, who the fuck came up with that idea? Right? Sending kids out there to yell at adults like that for their videos. Like how is, like, think about that too. Like, how is that a win? How is having a bunch of kids screaming at them like that for their video? How is that a win for anybody? Right? How's that a fucking win for anybody, dude? It's not a win for nobody. That's why, who the fuck came up with that shit? Nobody. It's not a win for anybody that's on the Pride Society side. It's not a win for anybody that's on the community side, right? Who's that a win for? It's a win for their fucking videos, dude. That's what that is. That's a win for their videos, to paint their narratives. To be like, look at this, right? That's what they're always trying to do. They're always trying to create narratives and get their special little videos. Fucking assholes, bro. Right next to kids like that, bro. The kids just hanging out. I couldn't believe that they waited till I left. When I fucking came back and I seen it going down. Oh yeah, fuck that, dude. Went in, we just diffused the whole situation. I remember, oh fucking, yeah. It don't matter. I just get mad thinking about it. Alright, let's see. Oh, here was the drag performer. So we got Melanie to identify this. This was the drag performer that they were so worried about. The super sexualized drag performer that was grooming children in their eyes. Yep. And what's this here? Yeah. Here's a hyperlink to another public post that was very public. Don't even have to have a Facebook account. Unless she's figured out how to take them down by now. they might be taken down, but it was public as of that day. And they worked then. And that is this one here. My interview with Vince. You know, that Antifa guy who was in disguise, LOL. It was all just a big game. Right? Just a big game. Vince is even on the stand trying to say that he didn't fucking, he wasn't with their group. He was there by himself, part of the Pride community. He was just there to be involved with the festivities and hang out with the Pride community in the drag event. He wasn't there for them at all, right? Yeah. This is their own video that they released. This is the Vince Antifa in disguise LOL video.
So are you the hate people?
No.
Huh?
This is also the witness that she had, right? Yeah. We love you, Vince. That was it. That's all I played. I said, just play this amount. I was like, I was like, see where he says, "I love you, Vince." Right? That's it.
What about the love, man? As our signs say, right? We're not against LGBTQ community.
But Vince already admitted he already fucked up, right?
Adult entertainment.
He already perjured himself.
Flags,
So
coming out of the nightclubs and going into libraries and schools. It's not meant for children. It's adult entertainment. These drag queens are not educators, and they're not meant to entertain children. That's what we're trying to get across. We had pictures.
So the picture of that drag performer.
What it can lead to.
What's it lead
drag
to?
Kids out there right now, drag generation, and some of these drag queens and LGBT activists have already openly said they want the next generation of drag kids.
So you're saying we're trying to
their
steal the next
energy.
generation?
They're trying to.
You're trying to tell us we're grooming?
Yes, they're grooming the next.
I'm grooming.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh no. I don't know if you're grooming. Are you a drag queen?
No, I'm not.
All right. That said, okay. I'm not saying that them reading the story is going to make a 3-year-old go and want to do drag. I'm not. What I'm saying is, it is a grooming process. It's very subtle. They come into your community. They teach you that, if anybody's against them, that they're bigots, homophobics, and all this stuff.
Are you homophobic?
No. I have gay friends and family members, and I have no problem with the gay community whatsoever. I just have problems with adult entertainment coming out of the nightclubs into libraries and schools and other venues with children.
Blah blah blah. I took a screenshot. That is this screenshot. Because it points to the free toy table. Right there, right? Nice free toy table. For a bunch of people that have no kids there. Come on over, kiddies! They're the groomers, not us! Come on over to our free toy table. And this is what Vince looked like. He was dressed in a blue shirt and the rainbow hat. It's okay. It's okay if you what? Playing a violin. You're playing violin. What does that say? You guys know what that says? It's kind, smart people instrument anyway. It's kind of a smart people instrument anyway. Okay, it's okay if you don't like playing our violin. If you don't like my violin, it's okay if you what is this? Lord, don't. Apparently it leads to people being unable to mind their fucking business. Yeah, bro. Yeah. But he said he couldn't remember what the shirt said. I think he's like saying like it's okay if you don't like the way I play my violin. It's kind of a smart people instrument anyway. I think that's what it says. Something like that. But he has a little rainbow hat, so you can join in. Join on in, Vince. But yeah, that's what we presented, and then the final thing was my response. So we made a response. There we go. This is the response. So this was made. This was already made on June the 3rd or 4th, somewhere around there. We made it pretty quick. I made it pretty quick because I wanted to be able to just be done with my response to the application and just relax for the rest of the month rather than stressing out about it or whatever, right? So I figured, okay, well, I better just make my response, and this was submitted through a notarized affidavit from Derek Lumbercat, and he's an MLA locally, right? And He was bragging about his notary stamp. So I went in there. I was like, well, I'm going to give you a chance to notarize something, right? It was an awesome visit, too. It was a blast. I went in there, and I haven't seen him since the March for Healthcare thing or whatever, right? And the March for Healthcare was hijacked by their group. I mean, so he's on the news, and he's praising the march and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's just like, nah, it's the wrong people that you're marching with, you know what I mean? Like, so it didn't really take off, right? Plus what he found out, too, he was hijacked. You know, it's not his fault. They were trying to do something they thought was good, and then, yeah, you know, they weren't allowed because somebody else owns the property, you know, like, I guess, you know? But yeah, fucking, all that. So I went in there, and he had his workers there, and he was just there that day. And I asked him if he could sign. I said, here, I can give you a copy of the file, too. I gave him a copy of this, because I wanted to know what he was notarizing, right? So I gave him a copy of what files that were being submitted. And he notarized it all and stamped it. And I remember, like, at first, he went to get up and go get something, and when he went to get up, he grabbed the chair with both his arms, and he headbutted his own coffee as he was getting up off the table. So he's just like, you know, get up like, boom, when he hits the coffee. And the coffee splashes on his face, and he gets a drip on the paperwork, right where you sign it. And I was like, oh, bureaucratic as fuck, Derek. And like, without a doubt, you know what I mean? Like, it's got the coffee stain and everything, right? We were just laughing. And then, yeah, he signed it, notarized it, and that was it. And then we got to submit it. So we finally got to submit it, and the judge said that she gets to respond to the affidavit being submitted, right? And she's more than welcome to. She's welcome to respond, because, like, technically, this document right here, I made a physical copy for her, the judge, and myself, and I made USB drive copies of all the digital files being submitted with it, right? And it's all there to back it all up, so it all works. So even if she takes down the links now, it's already been documented as being live and stuff. So yeah, but it says here. We'll go through it. Attributably, Darlene's actions and rallies are harmful to our community with her rhetoric and conspiracies. Not a violent activist. I understand everyone has a right to protest. I'm not the only one who thinks this about her either. As we can see in the Saltwater article. In the article, let's go here. Yeah, we'll allow it. I will allow it. It's a letter. Freedom for Nova Scotia protest rally supporters misguided. This is posted on May 21st, 2021. First off, I'd like to qualify the residence of the person who was interviewed in this article listed above. Darlene LeBlanc lives on Highway 327 French Road, but she's not a Gabarouse resident. She moved here from away, and it would seem she now wants to voice her opinion, which is fine. So this is submitted to the newspaper, right? This is like an opinion piece, basically, and he's submitting it. He's like, I actually live in Gabarouse, and my wife was born here. We vehemently disagree with LeBlanc and believe her opinion is not one of those who live here, and we want to address this. If you look at Nova Scotia's COVID-19 cases, our health department and government have performed overwhelmingly in favor of Nova Scotia's population. I don't consider health restrictions harsh, rather they are realistic for the situation we are in. Never has science been more freely shared and disseminated than since the COVID-19 pandemic began. If it were not for the speed of the global and scientific community, we would still be asking when the vaccine is coming. Now that statement triggers people, right? Because they're like, no! But man, I remember the 80s, dude. We lined up. We lined up for our shots. And nobody knew what the fuck we were lined up for. Nobody knew. I mean, we're all just like lined up. You gotta go get your shots, bro. What do you mean? What shots? You need your shots. Gotta go get your shots. Doctor says get the shots. Alright, go get the shots. There was no internet. None of that shit. All you see was a fucking shitload of people lined up for a hall, and everybody's getting their shots. Right? Nobody's questioning nothing. And then the COVID-19 thing's here with the internet, and now everybody's questioning everything. Right? It's just, that's the difference, honestly. That's why it's mentioning this way, because like, this person obviously remembers how it used to be too, right? If LeBlanc and other protesters would look around the world, they would see the masks, social distancing, and temporary closing indoor gatherings do work for all, including them. The evidence of preventing transmission of COVID-19 is everywhere and widely accessible. The protesters say don't listen to the actual experts. Who, pray, are they? Who, pray tell, are they? They ask. This is a ludicrous statement. The scientists and healthcare professionals handling this pandemic are the best the world has to offer. They freely offer themselves to any and all media sources. When lockdowns and other measures are over it will be because the virus has been controlled through the work of the scientific medical community and countless volunteers. True. Some of them have even died looking after others. True. Many places in the rest of the world are achieving success now. Nova Scotia shall soon follow. We need government to direct us, or the misguided individualists anti-science zealots, and conspiracy theorists will have us in the grave. I have seen what freedom is in other countries, and we are the luckiest people in the world to have been born here. Wake up and look around. We have it all, and should do what we can to protect it. Wayne Dickey, Gabaroos. So, that's the opening to my peace bond, right? Because she claims, or the opening to her peace, but my peace bond response to her application. Because she claims, I'm the only one that could know where she lives and doesn't like her. She's got people in her own fucking town that don't like her, dude. I do believe her entire group should be dealt with through municipal and community awareness action. Because she always says, like, he says it have to be dealt with. It's like, yeah. It's like community stuff, though. It's like, hey, no, we're not going to let you in the farmer's market. Stuff like that. Like, hey, no. Our community cover's not going to work with your group. You have a good day. Go bye. Bye. Like stuff like that. That's community awareness, community group. That's community action, municipal levels, whether it comes to tax levels and stuff like that. Like as far as I'm concerned, personally, and I'll tell you guys this, right, is that these churches, I don't think should be getting tax exemptions anymore from us at this point, especially when these churches are used in this way on a massive scale. Like, this is Canada, like, why are we paying for these motherfuckers to fuck us? I don't know. Anyway, I do believe our entire group should be dealt with through municipal and community awareness action. We can use our democratic system to remove funding from such groups. They have rallies at the Civic Center almost bi-weekly for years now. They use a CBRM outlet and power paid by our taxes to yell out misinformation to our residents and our many tourists. May 20th, 2023, picture taken by me. This is where they're plugged into our municipality for their PA system, which is clearly in the window there. The same one that you've seen Jeff and them using to scream out new songs about me being a PDF file. She claims she is called a chud, something else I can't make out, and a harasser. So chud, a person on the political right and or who holds socio-political views seen as regressive or bigoted. And now that concerning, the whole page that she had about chud and all this other crazy stuff, I never even thought about, I never seen any of that. Like, this is my definition of a chud right here. This is the one I've always known. Like, I know it's cannibalistic, humanoid underground dweller. I know it comes from that movie. Because it's like, it's internet. It's like urban internet history now. It goes way beyond Darlene and them, right? But she just doesn't know it, and she just, doesn't know. Now, the concerning rhetoric regarding our own public health officials, such as Dr. Strang, someone who calls for the public health official of our province to be hung, should not be a person influencing our residents, in my own opinion. So right here we have a live link that goes to her profile. It says here, I hope that the NSLCA get this report. Dr. Strangler should be hung. So for those who don't know, Dr. Strang is our public health doctor for the time during COVID and stuff like that. Right there, she's just saying, you should be hung, bro. This is another piece of proof they will have in the case. Another piece of proof. You gotta love it when they get their piece of proofs. We should also not be following a person who calls our public health doctor a strangler. In my opinion, which is a mistaken typo there, which is biased. Sorry about that, courts. I believe this is their way of referring to the doctor as a killer for all the COVID vaccines they complain about, for example. Sounds like strangler. You want to pregnate women to get both COVID and flu jabs at the same time. Oh, look at that. It's Lowell's wife. Darlene also claims I'm calling her a Kiwi farmer. Kiwi Farms is a website that was used by white nationalists, Christ fascists, and anti-pride people to harass the pride community in very serious and dangerous ways. That's something I would never support. I would never support anybody trying to do that to these people in any way like that. On Google, harassment campaigns by Kiwi Farms users are known to have contributed to the suicides of 3 individuals. The Kiwi Farms community considers it a goal to drive targets to and has celebrated such deaths with a counter on the website. Considering Darlene has gone out of her way to protest the pride community, she would definitely be concerned. A concern doesn't mean she's contributing to Kiwi Farms type of activity, but the community should be careful and take precaution. Pride event 2022 during Pride Month, drag storytime Wentworth Park, mere feet from a toddler's playground, pictures taken by me. So that's from their own, this is from my perspective, right? And I always put the X in because I don't agree with their opinions, right? Also petition, that's the way you do it too. Like, if you don't agree with somebody's opinion, you want to put it online. You don't just put their opinion online. You show that you don't agree with it. That's how you share it. You don't just share it and put a little typo at the top saying, I don't agree with this. No, you literally visually have to show that you don't agree with it. If you're going to show a visual, you need to visually show you don't agree with it. That's how you enter people's minds with your own imagery. In my opinion, like as an artist, that's the way I see it. Also petition to oppose the pride flag while currently during Pride Month using a straight pride profile picture. So right here, if we got a link, this is a petition to remove the pride flag. And we got Darlene LeBlanc here with a straight pride flag photo right here during Pride Month. This is during Pride Month and she's got straight pride on her profile, right? And from Google, because I don't use Urban Dictionary, I'm just going to use Google. A flag composed of alternating black and white stripes with a design similar to the rainbow LGBT pride flag was created to represent straight pride. Several variations of this flag exist. One uses white, gray, and black colors, also mimicking the rainbow flag and originating in the early 2000s. Darlene also claims in this peace bond that I call her Islamophobic, queerphobic, anti-Semitic, and that she denies residential school mass graves. I am not sure why she thinks these statements would be all about her when it is about Maxime Bernier of the PPC party she takes pictures with, while she is also endorsing local PPC candidates. I do not think I have to pull up the countless posts showing Maxime Bernier being those things, but let us use one public tweet he made as recent as this year. And this is on January the 2nd, 2023. We've lived through one episode of mass hysteria after another in recent years. Residential schools, non-existence mass graves. He's literally posting that, just even this year. The anti-Semitism is in reference to a star she wore during her COVID rallies. She literally adopted a star as if she was back in World War II Germany during the Holocaust. For the record, the woman I love more than anything in life is a Ukrainian Jewish woman, so I do hold this one close to my heart, and I'm very passionate for her in every form you can possibly imagine. So let us look at some direct anti-Semitism. Darlene LeBlanc, this is a post she made about Ukraine. Putin is saving Ukraine because the Ukraine government is a cesspool. Any government who is in cahoots with the Bidens is not a good government. When NATO ignores Russia by breaking a treaty, what do you expect Putin to do? All those countries that are helping Ukraine are all globalist countries. There's a anti-Semitism right there. Like our own Trudeau. You gonna believe his reports after he invoked the Emergencies Act? Seriously, they are all lying. It's the WEF that is controlling our country along with all those other countries. All they wanted, Ukraine resources. They have plenty, so just think about that for a minute. Building being blown up right now are bioweapons labs. Is that the buildings that were blown up in Ukraine just bioweapons labs? Like the one in Wuhan. So stop listening to CBC and Legacy Media. They work for our government, as it is our government who pays them. Think about that one as well. Then we got more globalist slurs. You got a link here. The Conservative Party voted for virtually all COVID measures. They've never questioned the damage, obviously, because being caused by the jabs, blah, 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 blah. Christine Anderson, globalist narrative, blah, 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 blah. Then we got the link here. This is to the Atlantic, actually. I think we can bring this up, right? Can I open a different page, or? Oh, here we go. Wow. The origins of the globalist slur. So it links you to the Atlantic, which talks about where this slur comes from, right? It talks how it goes all the way back. They talk about how it's like, related to Nazi Germany, all that kind of stuff, right? It's all right there. Sounds like Darlene. Oh yeah. It's not just her, bro. You gotta think though. Like the peace bond application is her. So I'm just responding to her application. She's making all these claims in her application. So I'm just responding to her claims within the application itself. I'm not responding to the evidence that I see. This was made before I even seen the evidence or the videos. This is just a response to her basic application. So this is basically like, oh, you claim I call you anti-Semitic, when it's really about the people that you're taking pictures with, right? You're just associated with them. Well, let me show you some of your own posts which could be considered anti-Semitic. That's what's going on here, right? That is even without discussing why she's wearing a Jewish star during COVID rallies. On May 20, 2023 rally, they all wore shirts with the word globalist on it as well. Demonizing Jewish people as a secret cabal that runs the world is what leads to hateful incidents throughout our communities. Now, even those words are about groups of people, perhaps, a political party, Maxime Bernier himself, let us entertain Darlene LeBlanc's claim, right? Now, here, hold on. I can probably sign out. Let me hide this first. Let me go to Facebook and sign out. Here, let me test it now. There we go. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now, even though those words are about groups of people, perhaps political party, Maxim Muir himself, let's entertain her claim. So she says that I call her Islamophobic, right? So here's a post straight up painting Muslims as R word. That's public. I'm not even logged in, guys. Look at this. Look. I'm not even logged in. And this post is completely public for everybody to see. Completely uncensored. All that stuff. Like, Facebook allows this madness, right? And it's literally painting all Muslims as that. That's what she's doing. This is during, you know, like a lot of immigration and stuff like that too. Like they're painting a lot of that stuff. But I'm not gonna read it, cause yeah, fuck that. Oh wait, I need to show you. Here, hold on. I didn't even show you. I was looking at myself. My mistake. But yeah, it's right here. I'm not even logged in. See? Not logged in at all. I am. It's right there. Alright. Let's see. So residential mass graves. Yep. Here we go. It's spreading. Let me know if you have heard anything about this. Right? Like it literally shows it. She literally calls it like P__OP or PSYOP. So I guess the residential mass graves are like a PSYOP if you fill the blanks. It's either a PSYOP or poop. Which is it? With those blanks. Right? It's which one? What are you trying to say? With residential mass grave denial is what? Or residential mass graves are what, right? Like, you know, it's like, here, let me open up the next one here. If I can. Ooh. There we go. This one here is like a bonus one. These immigrants have no respect for Canadians and definitely no respect for our girls, women, and property. What's this? Islamophobia, or even just xenophobia. Like it's immigrants, it's everybody, right? It's like it's everybody phobia. Just terrified. Everybody's getting R-worded in her world. In her world, they're all getting the R word. Everybody. And what's the next one? These are just extras too. These are just extra. Oh yeah, this one. This one's interesting. This one has a history to it. This one here, Mike, he posted this one. He said his granddaughter went to a school and they were putting litter boxes in the school and stuff like that. And he approached the principal. Like this whole bullshit story. This is the same story that was published in the States, and then Joe Rogan had to apologize for it, remember? He had to apologize for the whole thing. And then this is like, how many years later? And this is just March of this year. And like 2 years later, or a year and a half later, this guy's posted the same story as if it's true locally, right? Yeah, it's the whole same thing, same story. And the actual real story, like somebody went there. Well, we'll get into that later. But somebody went there though and got the real story. None of this is true. Even when he says that he talked to the principal about not even true, none of it's true. And this guy hangs out with you can guess the type of people he hangs out with. I heard maybe he's like an ex-correctional officer or something like that, right? Isn't Darlene? I think Darlene's an ex-correctional officer too. They're very, very tightly knitted towards police and police services and correctional services and stuff like that, right? And that's those people making up those fake stories in our local areas. And then, what does it cause? You know what this caused actually locally? It was disgusting. It was one of the most disgusting things I've seen. And I could probably still bring it up, but I don't want to. But the people that were posting on the post were like, let's go out and poke them with a stick. Take those kids outside, poke them with sticks, throw them in cages, start feeding them animal food, start harassing them. They obviously got mental problems. Like poke them with stuff, kick them out of the school, beat them around. Their parents are obviously crazy. Go to their house, deal with their parents. They're obviously messed up. All that stuff. This is all from locals. This is all. Not only that too. Like the way this psychologically fucks with people, eh? This post, for some reason, messes with people's fucking heads so much that the nicest people in the world will say the craziest things. Like there's people that were talking about putting kids in cages, that were pretending to be furries and stuff like that in school, right? And they're talking about putting kids in cages and poking them with sticks, and then you have people laughing with laugh emoticons, right? And these are people that are your neighbors and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, so if I walked into that person's house and we put a kid in the cage and started poking sticks into the cage, poking that kid, right? Are you going to be laughing about it? I fucking highly doubt that shit, right? In real life, you wouldn't be laughing about that shit at all. But on Facebook, for some reason, on social media, man, people are just unhinged. They're just like, yeah, that's crazy, ha! Even though in real life they would never endorse something like that. And then all those comments are very public. They're being being shared within the algorithm of the servers publicly, locally, within the groups locally too, right? So all the locals are seeing it. So even people that are within that group, that associate and that are maybe like part of that group, right, are seeing all the hate. They're seeing all the abuse coming the way of their parents, coming the way of them. They're seeing all that stuff happening in real time. Like, and that's all their lone locals. They have to walk down the road and see those same locals walking down the road and feeling what they've seen in those comments from those people, right? That's what they got to do. And I went up to a few people afterwards too, because like there was a Sonic Fox. So Sonic Fox is they them, right? And a furry, right? And Sonic Fox, like, they were supported from the very beginning, right, by their family, 11 years old or whatever, right? And they were lifted and supported and accepted by their communities where they lived, and they were never repressed, they were never regressed, they were never bigoted against. Well, they probably received some bigotry here and there based on being associated with the furry groups and stuff like that, right? But they were allowed to be who they wanted to be, and they became super rich as the top Mortal Kombat player in the world, professionally. Like, they're traveling, doing tournaments all around the world, fighting people in Mortal Kombat and kicking everybody's ass on the professional level, right? And they were winning millions of dollars. Like, before they became 20 years old, they're a millionaire, right? They're still going, right? And that person started out as a furry, right? And started out as a young kid playing video games, not knowing what's going on in their life, and they just went that path, and that's the path they took. And because people were like, we love you, let's do this, they became who they were, right? And I always said to people in Cape Breton, ever since this post, it's like somebody like Sonic Fox would never be allowed to become Sonic Fox here, because the people wouldn't allow it. They won't lift them up. They won't love them the same way Sonic Fox was loved by his community, by their community, and their friends, right? And I told this story to Martin Boyce, and when I told this story to Martin Boyce as well to his face, I mistermed they them, and I kept on saying Sonic Fox was a he, right? And even in the end, I said, did you catch it, Martin? And Martin was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, we started the conversation as them being they them, but in the end, I said he, right? And it's still a positive conversation because Sonic Fox was so successful, but because you're having a positive conversation, you don't realize that you just fucked up. And then possibly if somebody overhears that, they're hurt by that, right? It's because we got to try harder, right? And I had that conversation with him too, because like people that are programmed from a certain year, man, like they just can't. It's so hard for them. They have a really hard time. Even Martin Boyce, he can't do it because he's just programmed the other way. He tries to, right? But he just can't do it. But yeah, like, we're having conversations about it because those are the hard conversations, right? Like it's like, how do you reach those people in those age groups, right? But yeah, anyway, that's that post. That's local too, bro. Couldn't believe that shit. And of course, somebody came out with the truth, and the truth was not shared, right? Because the other one already went viral. So it was just all the bullshit. So let's hear it. This is what to expect from the Liberal government, throwing away our country, refugees, and Muslims. But hey, there's no xenophobia or Islamophobia to be seen anywhere here, right? Wink, wink. Say she's called big a loser, Christ of fascist. Again, there are more words directed at a group of people, not her alone, from my understanding. From Google, a bigot is a person who abstinently or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic towards a person or people on the basis of the membership of a particular group. And from Google, Christofascist. Christian fascism is a term which is used to describe a far-right political ideology that denotes an intersection between fascism and Christianity. sometimes referred to as Christofascism, a neologism, which was coined in 1970 by a liberation theologian, Dorothy Soul. I don't know if that's pronounced right. When we look at the history of the protests organized, it's very clear that these words may be accurate, and I 100% believe it to be accurate based off what I've witnessed with my own two eyes. I'm sure as to why Darlene's applied these words to just herself and herself alone. I can help her not be these things. I can love her too, right? I can help her. I can show her where she's messing up and going the wrong way with her stuff. You know, I'm throwing that out there too. This is where I don't mind being an old dude. I've got another 20 years of this insanity tops. My generation didn't say them. In a TV show next day, I'm calling him out. Poor dude didn't understand it, but he's no hater. Yeah, like you gotta understand. Yeah, you gotta understand. Like people in that age group, it's a hard thing, and our youth need to be respectful of that too. It's not that they're doing it deliberately. Like there's people that do it deliberately. You know they're doing it deliberately, and then there's people that you care about that aren't doing it deliberately. You know, like there's a difference. You know when the difference is there, and you're only gonna talk to somebody about it if they're in your space, right? Like if you accept them within your safe space, that's the only time you're actually going to be offended if they mess up or something like that in a wrong way, like a hurtful way. And so, like, other than that, people usually don't even care. Like when they're walking around, like people that are they them and stuff like that, they usually don't even care because they're so just chill. They're so chill that they don't like the non-binary as well too, right? Like all those people, like pans people and stuff like that. Like they're all just so chill that they don't really care. They don't really get offended by the people that they don't really know. Because like, why would you spend all that energy on somebody that you're not personable with, right? You'd rather share that energy with somebody that's personable to you. So like somebody that's in your space that you accept within your space. You'll express it to them because you want them to share the same space safely with you, right? So it's kind of like that type of thing, right? But she says a phone call was made to the police on May the 9th, but again, no charge. It is destruction of a property. Would the police not take it seriously, or was it just another bogus claim? She claims I posted flyers. Well, we already got the answer for that, right? We already had the answer to a lot of these questions, because these questions were tailored at the response to the original application, right? But we got the answer since then. She claims I posted flyers. I've defamed her, and again, I will need clarification of this evidence. And again, no proof that it was me that posted the flyers. She claims I have instigated a native person to threaten her. Now I am confused as to why the peace bond is for me and not the person threatening her. She claims that I have informed her I am Antifa. Oh, and she's the one that called him a native on her application, so I made sure to repeat her own words, right? She claims that I have informed her I am Antifa. This is simply hilarious to me. Antifa is short for anti-fascism. Anti-fascism is an ideology. It has no group. It has no leader. I feel Darlene has fallen for American propaganda regarding anti-fascism and Antifa. None of that applies to Unamagi. Her paranoia of such groups is simply her paranoia. And it's kind of like, still holds true, because when we actually read her exhibit about what she thinks Antifa is, it was all from Donald Trump in America. She has no idea that European lands is where anti-fascism came from, right? Like she's literally basing off what she sees in the States, and those aren't even the main Antifa groups in the States. The main Antifa groups are mainly in Europe, in my opinion. They're not in the States. But yeah, I guess there's a different discussion about that. But you know, like the ones in the States are branches of the European ones too. Like they got branches of European ones over in the States. She claims that I have instigated a native person to threaten her. Now I'm confused as to why the peace bond is for me, not the okay. She claims that I have. I already read that. She says I know where she lives, and I left her a message at the bottom of her driveway. I'm going to need proof and clarification on this as well. We already got that exhibit. There is no proof. It's just her claim. Claiming I had a threat. She fears this threat. I've never been a threat to any person in my life. Never been charged for any threat to anyone either, unless words are a threat and having a community voice. True. Detained on May 20, 2023, no charges laid. Still true. No charge was laid. They said it was breach of peace, but there's no charge. If I broke any laws, that would not be any case. All I did was practice my freedom to stay in a public space, playing music on my own persons. I chose to say no to Darlene Blah. Every chance they had, they tried to strip me of that freedom, even though they are Freedom Nova Scotia rally. They called the cops immediately to remove me, but they could not. It is still unclear as to any reason they had to remove me from public property as a peaceful counter-protester. And now we know the truth. We know the truth based on their own exhibits. According to May 15th, they put a report in that there was a threat from a native person, and they needed protection on that day, May the 20th. Right? We now know. She claims I caused personal injury to her children because they are Christians, and I know where they live. I just gotta make sure. Just one second. I want to make sure that the children's names aren't in here. I don't think I included them. Okay. Yeah, they're not there. I'm not going to click the links that involve this either. We'll just talk about them. Alright, so she claims it caused personal injury to her children because they are Christians, and I know where they live as well. I had no clue they existed until she put them on this peace bond, which is true. Didn't even know that their family... I didn't even know the family name. Now I know the family name. And I'm very interested because it's a very familiar family name of somebody. And I know where they live as well. I had no clue they existed until she put them on the peace bond. I knew she had family, but I had no idea who, where, and how many. I'm not sure how I am a threat to them, but I'd like to ask them why they allow their mother to be so horrible to her own community with her protests, which are technically rallies in her own words, right? She won't even let other groups have protests at the Civic Center. If they try, she just hijacks them, forced her way in like the March for Healthcare, which we got them to say on the stand, which ended up on the news, and organizers wanted nothing to do with her. I know many lovely, inclusive Christians. I did not protest them or their speeches, which is true. There's lots of churches around here. Lots and lots of people that practice their faith around here. Darlene also claims I damaged her property in Gabaroos, considering we started this document with a link to Gabaroos not liking her. Why me? I must see further proof of this as well, and we never did. If Darlene is so worried about her address being known, I can help her hide it from this Antifa group that she fears. And then I'm going to hide this because I don't want to show the link. But, like, yes, her address is in a public post, right? And I say, I can't show this either because it shows more stuff. Wait 1 second. I can also help Darlene hide the many public posts she has regarding her family. She literally has them all still public for everyone to see, but she is so scared, full of fear, and quote-unquote threatened. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 links. So she gave me the family names. I Google searched the names in Facebook without being logged in, and her, right? And they automatically gave several links that showed them, their names, their ages, their faces. Everything's public. Everything's still public to this day. I'm pretty sure if I click this, it probably still works. Here, let me see. Yep, still works. Everything is still public. So she's had this. She's had this document since July the 11th. She's had 8 days, and she's still left all these very public posts of her family that she claims are in danger of these groups. Right? She left them all there. Like, why is that? They're in danger. Like, I even bring this up too. Like, I told the provincial court, you know, they have an obligation because she's making these claims about them, right? I don't think my Elgato is working. Oh no, I forgot to plug it back in. Let's get that plug back in. I don't know if it's going to work now, though, because OBS is already open. Here, we'll see. I don't think it will, though. Is it? Nope, it's not going to work now. But anyway. And where am I at here? So scroll past those links. Yeah, I said considering those are all very public, I'll help her hide them all. I can teach her to protect her family from such groups. I'm going to end this with links to pages that contain a lot of horrible videos. And it's got 2 links to her Rumble and her YouTube. It says a final note why the community should say no to Darlene LeBlanc. This is a public link right here. And this is Canadian schools brainwashing students with LGBT transgender propaganda. It's posted in 2019. And she's still protesting drag and story time and stuff like that in pride events in 2022. So yeah, like, this is all still very valid. She's got this big long post. It's fucking horrible. And it's got I put it in text version because this post is fucking horrible. And I made sure that the full text version was there, nice big letters for them to read as they go through it. Because it's fucking. That's exactly why everybody should say no. It's got 3 things in there. It's got Islamophobia, queerphobia, and it's got anti-Semitism, I believe. I think it's got the globalism and all that shit in there too. It's got a lot in there, bro. And that's why I submitted, and that's what we ended July the 11th on. We ended July the 11th with me making sure that she had a copy of this, that the judge had a copy of this before we left. We did my witness, so that was done, and then a copy of this. And now she gets to cross-examine me on this document, because the affidavit or whatever that's submitting or whatever, right? Because he said that she gets to cross-examine me on that. I was like, that's fine. She's more than welcome to. She can even have it. I was like, here it is. She can take it. Like, we already gave her a copy of the USB drive, so it's already on the USB drive. So I gave the judge a copy of this too, because I wanted to make sure he had the physical copy before he left too, right? But I wanted her to read this. And I wanted her to see like all those things that were wrong, right? Especially in her application. Her application is just like blah 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 blah, and it's just like, man, like it's twisted beyond. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting August the 8th when I return for sure. I'm ducking out now, but this is an interesting as hell. Definitely go check out whatever I'm gonna miss. Yeah, I'll be back on. I'll be back again for sure. I got shit to do, but this wraps it up until August the 8th, right? Now I don't gotta talk about it no more. I showed everything that we took that day. We talked about all that, but I didn't really present my defense. We only really talked about like I think the deepest thing we've gone into is the kitty litter story, right? That's not even a defense. It doesn't matter. Like the post, it doesn't really. We're not really going to go get that deep into it. It just really solidifies, because when people claim that you think something, right? It has, and they're claiming that you're defaming them or whatever, right? It has to be malicious. You have to be maliciously doing it, knowing that you're lying, and that's what that is, right? That's how you prosecute on stuff like that. There's nothing malicious about what I believe about these people, right? I literally believe it, based like everything on this. I don't even know how she can cross-examine this, because all the answers to everything in it are there. All my opinions are there, right? It's all right there. So, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna ask me like, why do you think this about this? Well, just read it. You know, like that's it. That's the answer. Like, how do you cross-examine that? You know, like so she's already closed her side, and that's all she gets to do. She doesn't get to present any more evidence, and the only thing she gets to do is cross-examine this document. That's it. And I don't think she's clever enough to realize that. She's probably going to, well, unless she watches this and now she realizes it because I said it. But that's all she gets to do. So what we got? 11 days and 8 days, 19 days until I present my defense. But the judge even said, he's like, man, like, we sat here for 3.5 hours. Oh, hey, Sadie, hey, beautiful. He's like, we sat here for 3.5 hours, right? So I'm going to come back. I'm going to give you a chance to defend your side, too. Like, you've sat through 3.5 hours, you know what I mean? And we've already rescheduled for all the slack and everything, because the last time we had to reschedule because the applicant didn't have 3 copies and wasn't ready by the time that they applied, you know, like. But yeah, like, watching, like, this stream, watching this, like, just going through this with you guys live, and watching that video again, because I only showed the seconds where I calmed Melanie down. I didn't really watch the whole thing in a while. But watching the whole thing, like, really makes me want to know. It makes me want to know who was working at the YMCA last year. It makes me want to know who made that call. I want to know who made that call. Are they still the head of something there? Are they still making calls like that? Can they not make calls like that? That's what I'm curious about, right? Maybe that's what I should check out. Because I remember, like, last year, even just getting to talk to a couple of them. It was like I was the bad guy by asking questions. It's like they thought having a bunch of kids screaming at adults was a cool thing, and I was the bad guy for asking. I didn't really dig much deeper into that. I was just like, because I was just so busy with other shit. So I was just like, fuck them people, right? But now I want to know. Because, like, now we're learning that it's tied to multiple churches and multiple groups, right? So how do I know that the workers at the Y campers for the YMCA last year weren't tied to the same churches that are harassing the communities? What if it's the nephews and the cousins of the church's kids? They all have kids, right? And community members and friends that they go to school with. What if it's one of those that are working as a Y camper, and it's their great idea to do all that stuff, right? That's what I'm curious about. And if they're the ones that are making those great ideas, like, somebody should be looking over them making those great ideas. But now I'm tempted to go find out. I really am. Well, there we go. Got through it. time is it? 6:40 p.m. How long did it take? Almost 4 hours. Almost 4 hours to get through it. But I got through it, man. Part 2. My MCOC died, but it's still open. I'm about to do something. I'm gonna click something on this thing someday. Yeah, bro. Alright. I think I'll go get something to eat and chill. Relax a little bit. Now that the stream's over with, I don't gotta talk about it. If somebody's like, hey, what's going on? I can be like, go watch the stream. We go through it, right? You can literally just go watch the stream now. There's part 1 and part 2. And it goes through everything. If you really want to know what's happening, like at that provincial court, now it's all broken down in a way. I can end this with like a couple of really, really good quotes that I really, really enjoyed from the judge that was directed at the entire group of them multiple times throughout the entire 3 hours and 15 minutes while my witness Melanie was outside waiting because she couldn't be inside, so she didn't get to witness the whole thing, right? Because witnesses can't see other people's testimonies, right? But yeah, she was outside the whole time. She didn't get to witness it all, but they were doing a lot of stuff. How come I can't hear the music? It's weird. Oh, it's coming through the desktop, but I can't hear it. Oh, did I turn it down on this? What? Everything's all messed up now. I can see it playing though. Like the fan is going. Oh no, it's just no sound. Let me refresh it. Everything's messed up, I think. Yeah, I can't hear shit. Oh, is it because I unplugged something here? Hold on, man. Yeah, microphone's still working. Oh, playback. Ah, it's going through the wrong thing. Hold on. Astro. It says not plugged in. What? Headset is definitely plugged in. 1 second. Oh, there it is. Now I can hear it. It fixed itself. Ah, yeah, okay. That's weird. It totally messed itself up. Oh, it's back on default now. At least the microphone was working the whole time. There we go. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting how it plays out, Billy D. Yeah, they made me put a lot of effort into those people. That's for sure. Plus, like I told the judge that I believe it to be malicious prosecution, right? Like a slap suit type of thing, trying to silence opposition. But yeah, some of the quotes that were really good was like the judge saying that you keep saying we, us, your group, your whole people, your protests. He's like, there's only one application here. It's for Darlene LeBlanc. You cannot get a peace bond for the whole world, right? Like you're asking me to restrict a man's movement for an application for Darlene LeBlanc. Is there anything that shows Darlene LeBlanc running away? Do you have any videos of her running away? Because the only thing I see is her running after him, screaming at him. Right? Like where's the video of Darlene LeBlanc running? Right? He said that. And he was like, at one point he was like, if you ever have a protest and you want to be singing a tune, Mike Toomey's allowed to show up singing a different tune. This is Canada. If you don't like that, you gotta leave. That's Canada, right? What was another thing he said? He's like, I know you guys don't like to hear this. You just kept on like saying like, I'm so sorry. I can tell by looks on your face you don't like hearing this. You know, like, but kept on telling like there's nothing in there. There's nothing. They keep on. Oh my god. And the whole time, like even at the end, when she was done presenting everything, he was like, hey. He's like, Mike, you only got like 25 minutes or whatever, right? He's like, but I still want to give you a chance to put your defense in, right? But and then that way there, like, he's like, but we can just reschedule now. He was trying to get me to wrap it up right then and just reschedule for later to do it all later. But I was like, no, I want to get through the witness now, right? And just get it done. And he finally let me do that, and that's just done now. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where it goes on August the 8th, right? It's very interesting too that the dipshits down in Halifax, the Queen of Diagolone and her boyfriend down there, supposedly had that footage and held it back for so long. Hey, I wonder why they held it back, hey folks. I wonder why they held that footage back, showing all that stuff. I wonder why they didn't want to show it back then. They weren't bragging about it then. Yeah, it doesn't look very good for them, eh? And the best part is too, is I wouldn't even have gotten that footage if we didn't delay the court date on June 26th. I wouldn't have gotten any of those videos. It would have only been the paperwork submitted. It would have been the videos. The videos were submitted because we taught her how to present video evidence on June 26th. So she came in with those videos for us. She submitted them herself and gave us the videos herself. It's like thank you for all those videos, because like Seabear Municipality was hiding the video for them, trying to hide it. We had to peel it. So it's just like, thank you so much. Like you literally gave me what I really wanted for free. So openly, and most likely because they couldn't hear what was really on the videos, right? I'm gonna bring my Wonder Boom with me, the Wonder Boom that we bought for streaming, right? I'm gonna bring that, and I'm gonna put it on the table. And if any of these, if we play anything when I'm presenting my side, and because I only got like a couple of videos to play. I got videos on my USB drive. I got timestamps and stuff like that. It's not even gonna be that long. I'm just gonna be like, here's this, this, and this, and this, and then he's gonna ask me any questions he wants to ask me, and it's pretty much gonna be it. Like mine's very, very quick, very, very easily done. But yeah, I can't wait to just be done with it, honestly. But it was all because of that delay, though. That delay from June 26th to July the 11th, because of her not being prepared that day. It was all because of that delay that we got that videos, all those videos to play. Even the video of my arrest, I didn't have that either, right? They were hiding all that. Even the person that was like, there's 2 photos that you haven't seen yet, eh? 2 photos from somebody from Halifax, or not Halifax. I don't even know where they're from. But there's 2 photos, and those photos paint a different picture, a very, very different picture. And what we've seen here was a lot of exhibits that were entered to the courts that weren't even proven to be real, right? They're all just like fabricated interpretations of what they consider to be real, right? And they've submitted that as their facts or whatever. And that's like, that means I just get to come back with the same thing. I get to come back, but I'm going to do it with a little more class. But yeah, it's I'll show you guys after August the 8th. When August the 8th is over, it's all said and done. When that's done, then we'll have another stream, and we'll go over that final stuff. Then we'll go over my side, and then the clips that I played in the court, and the conversation I have with the judge, right? Oh yeah, like even when she hit the stand, so like after 3 hours and 15 minutes, and she hit the stand, right? Even then, she was screaming and yelling at me. Like, straight up. Like, so that even when my cross-examination of some of the things, she was screaming and yelling at me. I asked her, straight up, I was like, hey, when we first met, and we first had a conversation, because there's a video of it, right? You guys are going to see that. You can probably see it on my Twitter, if you know how to search back Twitter. You go to Twitter on your phone, and you go to my Twitter profile, and it's got a search feature there, and you can type in Darlene, and it'll have a post, and the post will link to a thread, and the thread is like Meet Darlene LeBlanc, and it shows like some of the stuff, right? And the video's in there when I first met them. In the video, I even asked her, I was like, hey, did we finish our conversation? She's like, no, there was some kind of distraction or something like that. And you stopped talking, and then I walked away, and then after that she blocked me, never had a conversation with me since. This is from the very first day of They Claim in 2021, right? When I showed up and I was so troublesome for them across the street or whatever, right? I didn't really do anything. I just live streamed, and I was just talking to my people in my live stream chat. That's all I was doing. I was responding to people in live stream chat. They didn't like that at all. Like kind of like the way we do it on YouTube, where we walk around live stream. They didn't like it, I guess. But now I guess maybe we should do that. Maybe next time we should do a live stream on YouTube. And I'll take you guys to the rallies. I'll take you guys to experience the rally in real live time. Right? Then there is no denial of what's actually happening there. We're going to go there for real. Right? And we'll see for ourselves how it goes. Right? Now it's going to be different. Now it's going to be all different. Like, I wonder, I don't even know how this is going to play out, man. But the last time I went to her rallies, all I did was read a book across the street. It's public on Facebook. It was June the 10th, the day after Madeline used MAID to end her life because of cancer. I went to the rally and I sat across the street reading a book. That's all I did. This is after the whole May 20th thing and all the drama on Facebook that they have and all the madness that they're saying. They're calling me a PDF file and Shetty Camp and stuff like that and yada yada yada. And we all know what they say they're going to do with PDF files, right? It's the same shit, right? They're all saying that because I went to the drag event with my girlfriend and her 2 kids. I'm a PDF file. Because I support those people and those events. So I'm obviously one of those, right? That's the way they say it. That's how crazy they are. Even when you look at the picture of the drag performer, like they're not even close to that, man. Like there's nothing like that going on at all. It's so stupid. It's like they bring deep fakes in, deep fakes from around the world. They just bring them in, and they believe all of it. They fall for all of it, and it's all in their algorithm because they don't understand how the internet works. Everything they're clicking, it's their entire life. Everything they see is that because it's all they click. They don't understand how that shit works either. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It was very interesting, to say the least. Especially the few quotes from the judge. Especially a couple of things that he said to them. I know when we were leaving, Lowell, the witness or whatever guy, like we were walking the same way because we went to the same car or whatever. So I was already at the car, and they were slamming doors, driving off with the trunk open, and the trunk was flapping, and they're just speeding away. They're that mad, like. They're that angry with the way it went. And they wanted they were screaming at me on the stand, yelling at me during cross-examination. And I was just looking at the judge. I was like, I'm not going to engage because I'm just going to let her finish. And we just let her finish. She's like, right? We let her go. And she doesn't realize that all that shows how you're not really afraid of somebody. She doesn't understand that. If you're afraid of somebody, you don't react that way when you're afraid of them. But it was a nice try, though, I guess, for Freedom, Nova Scotia. And the whole Diagolon dipshits from Halifax. It's a nice try. They had to chime in. It was a nice try. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I can remember before I end it. Because I don't want to end it and be like, oh, yeah. Oh, and I bring up the application having the children on it again. Because I was like, hey, we're coming back on August the 8th, but supposedly these children are still in danger, and they're still very public links on Facebook. I didn't even show you guys because they're still very public. They still work. And it's like she's still holding rallies with her public face and her public posts, saying that they're just in danger of all this danger, and even she's still going out there and creating this alleged danger for them or whatever, right? Are they going to do anything about that, right? And it's just like, no, duly noted, but I'm not going to rule on that or anything like that at this moment. That might be something else. But he's like, it's duly noted. Because I even said, the provincial courts, they have an obligation to those children that she bring them into there. She put their names on there. She did all that. They have an obligation. Well, she was upset, though. She was obviously heated. It's kind of like, Like, she's not, like, screaming top level. She's just like, wah, 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 wah. Like, and she's leaning towards me from the seat. Like, she's in the seat, and she's, like, leaning at me. Like, you know, that type of stuff. It's all like, body language and stuff, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you'll have to go back and watch the streams again, Pyro. There's 6 hours of going through it, bro. Or 5.5 hours. But I'm done now. I can't think of anything else to bring up, I don't think. Oh, like, my perspective, though, was that since the judge didn't really want to act on the whole them bringing up the kids thing, that he doesn't really feel that there's a threat to them. That was the interpretation to me. As a civilian that doesn't really know law or anything like that, to me that was a silent way of saying that, in my opinion. That's why I bring it up. Plus, they weren't there. Supposedly there's a threat to them, but they weren't even there. It was only her rally members that were there. And there was 2 sheriffs behind me, watching from the back. Like it's almost like they had popcorn, bro. There's like the like the buddy had a smirk on his face when I turned around and looked at him too. He's, you know what I mean? And then I guess there was another sheriff that had to like step out a couple of times because they couldn't believe what some of the stuff they were seeing and hearing, right? They just had to step out a few times and, you know, like, just take a breather and go talk some normalcy. They couldn't believe, like, it was like a kangaroo show, you know what I mean? Like, you should have seen some of the huffing and puffing and the jumping around and everything, like. But yeah, in the end, like, the first time on June 26th, they messed up, when we were leaving, because we had to reschedule, right? So me and Melanie were leaving, and they let them hit the elevator. They let them open the elevator doors while me and Melanie were in it, right? Like the sheriffs and stuff like that. And then this time, oh, this is something to bring up too. When we first got there, this time, well, first I'll finish this point. At the end of it, though, we told them, like, no, this time don't let them come to the elevator. Like, make sure they're separate, right? Because they were trying to jump in the elevator last time, and we had to stop them, tell them to go away, type of thing, right? But yeah, so this time they were on it. They were making sure that we were separate, making sure we leave first and stuff like that. And but at the beginning, before we went in, we were standing outside with my umbrella. It was raining. So I bring my umbrella, and I carried it for Melanie to keep her dry, right? She's my witness. I'm there to make sure she's delivered properly, you know what I mean? Like, with respect in class, right? So I got the umbrella over her head the whole time, you know, stuff like that, right? And then they're walking up. We got a couple of them walking up, and we didn't realize they were bringing the whole rally this time, or most of them anyway, like some of the main people anyway, right? The main members and a couple others. There was even one there from Action from Canada that I didn't expect to see there, but they came. I think it was Tina. I think Tina's name was her name, but they came as well too. And so we were out front, and they were going in first. So we waited, and there's another person coming up. So it's almost like if we would have went in, you're in this check area where they check your bags and check for guns and weapons and stuff like that, right? The sheriffs are all there. You gotta go through the scanner and all that kind of stuff and put your stuff through the scanner. So it's that type of situation. So basically, they wanted us. It's almost like they want us to walk in and be sandwiched between them. Like, as some of them are already in there and another person's coming, it's almost like they want us to walk in and like kind of like surround us in a way or whatever, right? So as the guy was walking up, he stopped. And he was like, "Go ahead." I was like, "No, we're not going nowhere, bro. You go in. See ya. Get in there, bro. Your friends are waiting for you, right?" And he's just like, "Ugh, would you say," or something like that, right? "I'm not going nowhere. You go in there." I was like, No, bro. You're gonna go in there. We're waiting. We're not going until you go in." He started huffing and puffing his chest, like he's just like, you know, he like puts the fists, like kind of like the fists out, and he starts walking forward. "Oh, you don't tell me what to do. I'm not going in." He's like coming at us aggressively, straight up. Body language for wanting to fight, right? And he's like coming in, and I was like, "Buddy, you better step back." Like, you realize there's 3 sheriffs right there, right behind that glass. I was like, "What are you gonna do? Like, you're at court. Like, what are you doing? You're on camera right now, you dumbass." Right? I was like, "Get in there. We're not walking in before you. Get the fuck out of here," right? And then he did. And then Vince came. He went in, and he was like, I think they were trying to figure out who Melanie was the whole time. I don't think they realized who she was, and what she had to bring to the table, you know what I mean? And but anyway, then we went in, and as we were going in, we said the sheriffs, because we said we were going to mention it, right? We're like, hey, did you see that approach? Did you see that aggressiveness coming from that man outside, out front, right? And they were like, the girl was like, oh, I didn't see it, I was back here. But the other guy, up by the glass, he was like, oh yeah, we seen it, yeah. He was coming right in for you. We seen how he was posed and how he was coming at you and stuff like that, right? And we're like, okay, good. So you now know. Make sure you watch, right? Like unlike last time when you just let chaos happen and they were trying to get in her elevator, now you watch. Like, you've seen this, what just happened, right? You know what you were up against here, right? He's like, okay, yeah, no problem, blah, 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 blah. So it was very interesting. Like, we could probably request that footage for that day, that time. And it'll show that guy, like, coming up, like, ooh, with fists out and everything, bro. Like he had, like, the Wolverine pose, like, the fists are down, like, oh, schnick, schnick. You know, like, he had that pose. You know? Coming up, man. To me and a woman with an umbrella trying to hide from the rain and not be sandwiched by a bunch of freedom idiots. But yeah, anyway, I think that's the only thing I can remember. I think that's everything. That's it. I don't think I have to talk about it no more. Now it's done. Until August the 8th, that is. Well, thank you for the stream. Thanks for the 4 hours. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hitting the like button. Thanks for any comments. Thanks for any playbacks. Thanks if you want to know. Feel free to leave your criticisms. If you troll, it's not going to matter because you're just trolling. But peace out. Have a great day. Later. Bye-bye. I think I figured out how to do these again, too. I go like this, right? End thumbnail. Right? And we go. I figured it out!